Greetings from the new Simply Hearing. Like everyone, we've made a lot of changes. We've always loved telling you about the teamwork and rapport that you find here, but now, for the sake of medical safety, we offer 4 types of services by appointment only. There's lots to be happy about with a new, more precise appointment plan made just for your needs. We also have a new, more transparent pricing structure. Start your path for better hearing and better life.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server co-location, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. Okay, that's a first.
Yeah, I got a new notification there.
Okay. All right. Good evening. Welcome to Falmouth Select Board meeting. I'm going to start by calling this meeting to order, and I am just going to do this in the way that we've been doing since last year, which is and so folks can participate in a number of ways by connecting. You can go to the town website. You can share any of your thoughts during the meeting, either in the chat feature or by requesting to be able to make a comment on an item on the agenda. So I'm going to call the meeting to order now. Please note if you are present. Patterson?
Patterson present.
Taylor?
Taylor present.
Brown?
Brown present.
Oh, I froze for a minute. Did you say you were present, Doug?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Scott Price.
Scott Price, present.
Okay. Well, and English Braga present. I wanted to start by welcoming you, Angele. We're so pleased that you are here. And, we are excited to get down to a whole host of business this evening, and just wanted to congratulate you on a well-run campaign in what is really a very difficult time to run a campaign, especially for your first time for elected office. And for all the other folks who ran either for this board or for other positions in town, I just want to extend our gratitude for being willing to step up to serve your community. And we hope for individuals, if this wasn't an opportunity for them to be able to win a seat, that they think of the many other ways that they can be part of the community, lots of meaningful, opportunities to really help shape our town and where we are headed. So I guess I will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll stand and join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Thank you. So after each election, we do what is known as the reorganization of the board. And what that means is, first and foremost, we decide what's going to happen with the position of chair and vice chair. And for the last few years, we've been generally adhering to, there's no rule about this in the charter, but we've generally been adhering to a 2-year cycle. And it has worked really well because it really does take kind of one full year, I think, for a chair or vice chair to really figure out what their responsibilities are or how they want to fill that position. And then that next year, it makes it that much more productive. So we are at that 2-year mark. I've been chair for 2 years and Doug Brown has been vice chair for 2 years. And so what we generally do at this meeting is I would entertain any nomination. Vice chair, do I have any nominations for vice chair?
I would nominate Nancy Taylor because she has expressed an interest to me in filling that role.
Patterson, second.
Okay, Nancy, are you willing to accept that nomination?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And English Braga, aye. Great, congratulations, Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll entertain any motions for chair. Nancy?
I would like to nominate Doug Brown, who has served as vice chair for the past 2 years. I think he's ready to go, and I would nominate him as chair.
Patterson, second.
Great.
Thanks. I'll accept.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call, please. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
English Braga, aye. Congratulations, Doug. And I just want to say thank you to this board and to Julian and to Peter, Diane, Phyllis, and all of the staff at Town Hall, particularly over this last year, our IT. This last year of being chair has obviously been full of a lot of firsts, but I really have to say that I think this board, did incredibly well, navigating COVID. We got so much work done, took on really big projects, and the town really kept moving. So, just as looking back and reflecting, I think this board just was able to push forward with the help of staff. And I think that, every department in this town over the last year through this pandemic, I don't think anybody, had they just dropped in the middle of the town, I don't think they would have had any real knowledge other than people wearing masks that a pandemic was on. DPW work went on, fire and rescue, police activity, for public safety went on. All of our engineering projects moved forward. Our committees continued to do really incredible and important work. Our libraries, it's just, you can look at each part of our town and note that these processes and the things that our residents really deserve and look for, all of that continued. So it was a huge honor to be chair for the last 2 years. Thank you. And Doug, going to hand it over to you, and good luck.
Okay, proverbial gavel pass.
Yes, that's right.
And I want to say, Megan, I think you've done an excellent job as chair. It's been a tough act to follow with Doug Jones and Sue Moran ahead of you, but I think you've done admirably well. And, the way you've been respectful to all the people before us, regardless of what the situation was, I think it's been really well done. So
thank you.
Agreed.
Now I can just let it fly.
Yeah. Okay.
Just kidding. Go
Right,
ahead,
so
Doug.
that means I have to go forward now and take over. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, the next thing on our list is proclamation. And Sam, were you going to do the proclamation for the Eagle Scout?
Be happy to. Whereas Zachary Alexander Morris, Boy Scout Troop 38, has successfully completed the qualifications for the rank of Eagle Scout, a rigorous and demanding process that teaches patience, perseverance, and teamwork, and requires strong goal setting. And whereas Zachary Alexander Morris met these challenges with aplomb and shall be recognized as an outstanding representative of his family, his troop, and his community. And whereas the Boy Scouts of America, long acknowledged for building fine citizens, calls for a special court of honor to award its highest symbol of achievement to those who complete this rank. And whereas Zachary Alexander Morris is now an Eagle Scout with all its rank and privilege, now therefore we, Megan English Braga, Douglas C. Brown, Samuel H. Patterson, Nancy R. Taylor, and Angela Scott Price, as Select Board of the Town of Falmouth, do hereby declare and proclaim Zachary Alexander Morris as Eagle Scout. In witness thereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the great seal of the Town of Falmouth to be affixed on this 24th day of May, 2021.
Second.
All those in favor?
You just have to do it by our roll call.
Oh, by roll call, excuse me. Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. Congratulations to Zach. That's excellent achievement. And now for recognition, Ms. English Braga.
Yes, I just wanted to just have a moment of silence, if we could, just to recognize the passing of Virginia Valiela. Doug Brown at our last meeting so beautifully and obviously in retrospect in such a timely way really went through and just touched upon some of her contributions, and reading some of the remembrances of her in the local paper and just hearing from folks, you just see all of the layers and all the places where she really touched this community, and that will remain for a long time. I knew her because her daughter is a good friend of mine, especially when we were in school. And so I knew her first as someone's mom, and then totally blown away by everything that she did. And, as a mom myself, it just continues to be really just so overwhelming to think about everything she did while raising 3 children and having, just so many commitments that she was able to, for over 2 decades, serve in the capacity that we are, sitting in right now. So I just wanted to take a moment to just think about her and send our condolences and, really our gratitude to her family. So if you would just join me for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. That was really nice. And the biggest thing that stands out in my mind, and I wasn't really honestly paying enough attention back at the time when the people in Ashumet were getting pollution in their wells, and Virginia fought with the federal government to get the military and the Department of Defense to pay for people's water lines in all those areas, and all the wells that were drilled and all the pollutants that were extracted and filtered out. That is just such a massive thing. And that's just one of many things that she did. But just imagine what it took to get that to be done. That's pretty incredible. And she was just the person to do it. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Okay, announcements. Oh, and also I just want to say that there's in the works is potential for putting a kiosk down at the Coonamessett River Heritage Greenway. And I probably shouldn't announce it. It's early. It's just being started to be thought of. But if people have ideas or remembrance, you can send them into the select board. We'll forward them to the people that are working on the remembrance. It's going to be probably a kiosk and maybe a water station there to draw people to it. And maybe it'll be more, but it's just being started to be thought of. Virginia was on the Coonamessett River Working Group, and she was the first chair of that committee that was looking at whether or not the bogs could be sustainably farmed with a flow-through river system. And it's very difficult to maintain that. In the end, we went with total restoration. Thank you, Sam. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that you only have to take a look at the gardens around the front of Town Hall, which was something that she took the initiative to try to design, but those are low watering plants that will sustain the kind of cycles of drying and wet that we go through here on Cape Cod with relatively poor soils. That stands as a monument for Virginia in my mind. But you're absolutely right. And she was active in the League of Women Voters, really stood out as a kind of a model of citizen leadership and commitment to this town, civic service to the town. We're very much in her debt for all the years of service and her steady, mature influence and persuasion.
I think the biggest thing we can do to remember, we're going to have remembrances of Virginia all over town, I'm sure, but the biggest thing we can do is try to emulate her lead that she did, try to follow that lead. I'm going to miss that lady. Okay, announcements. Juneteenth statement. Who was going to read that? Nancy?
I have that.
Thank you.
So Juneteenth 2021. Falmouth Public Schools, in partnership with the Town of Falmouth, the Select Board, and No Place for Hate Falmouth, recognize Juneteenth, June 19th, as an official day of celebration in the Town of Falmouth and commit to raising awareness of this important date in our nation's history. In 2020, Governor Baker, following the example of all but 3 states, recognized Juneteenth as an official state holiday. It is not a federal holiday. This year, we will commemorate the 156th anniversary of Juneteenth, when the abolition of slavery was declared in Texas. June 19th marks the day when federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas in 1865 to take control of the state and assure that all enslaved people be freed. The troops' arrival came to a full 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. While it has long been an African American holiday, it is time for everyone to recognize and celebrate it. Juneteenth provides an opportunity to celebrate freedom while also recognizing the history, legacy, and impact of slavery in our country. The Falmouth Public Schools, the Town of Falmouth, the Select Board, and No Place for Hate Falmouth remain committed to fostering diversity, inclusion, and equity in all areas and levels of our community. For the first time this year, Falmouth Public Schools is initiating an ongoing district-wide major effort to educate students and staff about Juneteenth.
I second our support.
And by roll call, Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
And Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And just, if I could just, Doug, two quick things. One, I'm hoping a few years ago before COVID, we actually had some great activities on Juneteenth in town. I don't know if we'll be able to get back to that, but maybe Scott, Anjali, were you saying, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, the Woods Hole Diversity Advisory Committee has a Juneteenth committee, and it's being chaired this year by Kwanzaa Johnson of NOAA Fisheries. And there are some events that they're planning for this year. They're all going to be virtual right now, except they are thinking about doing some sort of walk for Juneteenth, where people will, do a walk and raise awareness. But hopefully next year we'll get back to doing in-person activities. I think what you might have been mentioning was on the green, we had the African dance and drum come a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And And we had the flag,
Yes.
the pink flag flying. Yeah. So we're hoping to get back to that next year.
Yep. Great, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I can ask you a question. I know we had the Wounded Warriors bicycle ride last week, which was a very nice event. But has there been any plans for a Memorial Day service? I know we've, as a select board, always participated in that, those that were available.
I think we're right on the cusp of being ready. Mr. Suso?
Yeah, my understanding is that this year it's planned to be a virtual service once again, just the same as it was last year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to say the one other thing for reorganization. I forgot to mention this. We won't do it tonight, but we will do it maybe when Chairman Brown puts it on in the future. But we generally will also we'll revisit the committee liaison assignments. And so Diane can get those to us, and then we can take a look at it. And generally what happens is for new members, so Angela, you might say to Doug Brown, these are some ones that I'm interested in, and he'll try to, manage. And we want to make sure all committees are covered by a liaison, someone that they know that they can go directly to and really connect with about issues for their committee. So we won't do that tonight, but that is part of reorganization, and that will probably be something at an upcoming meeting.
And we can trade committees too. If one meets in the afternoon and it's not convenient for time, for a person, we can trade and work it out. Yes, Nancy?
Just two things. Selectman Patterson mentioned the Wounded Warrior ride, so I won't go to that again. But on May 20th, I attended No Place for Hate training, confronting racial disparities in education, with Dr. Eric Cooper, and it was absolutely phenomenal. And I know that Natalie Kananopoulos from the school committee was there, and I'm just hoping that perhaps we could bring Dr. Cooper here to Falmouth. He was just absolutely amazing. And then the other thing I'd just like to call out Jennifer Mullen. She was part of the ascertainment hearing on May 19th that we did with the Cable Advisory Committee. And that I thought went really, really well. And Jennifer Mullen was a big part of that. So I just want to say thank you to her.
Was there any consensus reached, or is that just a preliminary?
Consensus reached on what's important moving forward?
Right.
Yes. Several things. I think one of the big ones was to make sure that the Falmouth office is maintained by Comcast. They talked about infrastructure and Comcast taking a look at our infrastructure. Another big issue was getting local channels up to high definition. That was another big issue. Those were the themes that I heard over and over again.
Good.
And
that was one that was
there was
important.
great support for FCTV. That was very, very clear.
Good to hear. Thank you very much. Did we miss some preliminary announcements about the remotely conducted meeting? You did all that.
No, generally we don't have to read the whole piece of that. That's
Okay.
really up to you. I generally just remind, and I did at this meeting, remind people it's being conducted remotely, remind them that if they go to the Falmouth Select Board website, they can figure out how to log in and participate via Zoom. You don't
Okay.
have to read the whole piece of it. And honestly, we don't know if this could be changing soon. The governor's, order is going to expire, and unless we have some clarifying legislation, it may be that we are in-person meetings. It's hard to know, but you don't have to read all of it. You're fine with that. You're just
Okay, great.
you're just down to the part of public comment.
Okay, and we did have somebody notify us that they wanted to speak at public comment. I didn't write down the person's name.
It was Rosemary Carey.
Oh, that's right. Rosemary Carey wanted to speak. So if she's in the waiting room, could she be promoted to have her public comment?
Mhm.
And Doug, I usually just remind folks at this point, public comment is a period for up to 2 minutes where folks can speak about something not on our agenda. And I will, Doug Jones used to kind of be the timer. I'm happy to watch the clock for you, and I'll just put my finger up at 2 minutes.
That would be great. And also Sandy Feynman Silva just commented that she would also like to speak, if she could also be promoted. So Rosemary, the floor is yours if you're ready.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your new role. I'm sure you'll do great. And
Thanks.
congratulations, Angela. Great to see you, and thank you so much, Chair Emeritus English Braga, for your service. So my name is Rosemary Drager Carey. I live in North Falmouth. I'm a member of the Falmouth Energy Committee, town meeting member, and the CVEC representative to this board. Tonight, I'm here as a Falmouth resident and a leader at 350 Cape Cod, which has joined the Cape Wide Coalition against the proposed machine gun range on the Upper Cape Water Supply Reserve at Camp Edwards Joint Base Cape Cod. We represent thousands of people on the Cape, many of whom live here in Falmouth. Our coalition first learned of the proposal in August 2020. As organizations focused on climate, we immediately opposed the plan to clear more than 170 acres of forested area within the largest remaining undisturbed tract of land on Cape Cod. But we were flabbergasted to learn that the range would be sited within the Upper Cape Water Supply, an area designated by the state in 2002 for water and habitat protection under Article 47, which Dr. Sandy Feynman Silva will address next. The Army National Guard has concluded there would be no significant impacts and to the environment and no significant controversy. And based on the base's history of pollution, it is astonishing that a finding of no significant controversy was declared. We would like you, Mr. Chair, and select board members to know that there is very strong and widespread opposition to this plan from your constituents who want it stopped. During the 30-day comment period at the height of the pandemic, more than 900 comments were submitted. The vast majority of were opposed. And last Thursday, 200 people attended a 2.5-hour Zoom at Town Hall hosted by the National Guard, and the opposing voices completely dominated the room. And every day, more people weigh in, like Dr. Lee Seaman of Falmouth, who yesterday submitted an important report to this board that argues that copper bullets do in fact harm fish and uses her scientific knowledge to say that copper bullets do in fact harm fish and invertebrates in Cape Cod ponds.
Excuse me, Rosemary. I'm sorry, but we really usually keep it to 2 minutes. You want to make one last remark?
I will. Okay, sure. The Environmental Management Commission can stop this, and our request is that this select board send a letter to the Environmental Management Commission, and I sent in the email to that person and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We can't really respond. We can just take your comments under advisement, and then we'll take action on them later if we can, so determine that we should. And okay. So, Sandra Feynman Silva, if you want to make comments, but please bear in mind we have this rule of 2 minutes for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
And the part where your computer froze doesn't count. Oh boy, she sounds like she's got a bad internet connection.
I would say so. It's a shame.
Sandra, I think we're going to move on, but if you have a better connection, or if you can get closer to your modem, you might have a better connection. And then we'll come back to you and allow you to have your comment. Oh, you still there? Oh, you're muted now. Sandra?
Thanks. Water supply and wildlife habitat protection. Second, the development and construction of public water supply systems. And third, use and training by military forces of the Commonwealth, provided that such military use and training is compatible with the natural resources purposes of water supply and wildlife habitat protection.
Did you want to make, I'm sorry, Sandra, could you hold on? You were frozen for quite a while, and I think you are again now. Yes, Nancy, you're muted.
Sorry. Sandra, could you do your first point? We missed that because you were frozen and you started on number 2.
It looks like she's frozen again.
We need better internet in this town.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
one thing, Sandra, maybe, so if you're able to get a better connection, you keep freezing. Can you hear
Yeah,
us?
I'm sorry.
Are you on a portable laptop? Maybe you can move closer to your modem.
I could, I'd have to take a walk. But I did want to say that citizens, as Rosemary mentioned, are very concerned that we have a hearing with various groups and organizations. Article 47 was meant to protect our region. Unfortunately, it appears that those designated as custodians of the fragile ecosystem have not been as vigilant to our interests and needs as we had hoped. I asked the select board to support our citizens' request to voice our concerns about the project to the Massachusetts Environmental Protection Commission, as Rosemary mentioned, and declare this proposal a public nuisance and threat to our wildlife habitat, water supply, our fragile ecosystems, flora and fauna, and our Cape economy and our way of life here on the Cape. Furthermore, I urge the select board to ask that another more suitable location be found for this very ill-conceived project. And I hope that you will formally invite us to a meeting and put us on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I won't comment directly to either speaker, but I will announce my own comment that I believe the Assembly may take up the matter of the fact that it seems as if the National Guard has sort of approved their own project. I'm not 100% clear on that, but that's what I took away from the meeting that I attended there last Thursday. And other Assembly delegates were in attendance at that meeting. And I spoke with one delegate afterwards, and I think he and I both agreed that the Assembly should consider requesting a third-party overview of the environmental impacts. So that's
Yes.
just something that may happen.
We don't call it science unless it's objective.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your comments. And I guess we'll go to the next item is summary of actions and administrative orders.
Mr. Chairman, you might want to go to the public hearings since they're at 7:30.
We have spent a lot of time. Okay,
almost
thank
there.
you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Suso. Public hearings. And that would be an application for an alteration of the licensed premises of an all-alcoholic common victual license, Chepquake Grill. Did I get it right that this is being postponed to another meeting?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The only question is which meeting do you want to continue it to? They were hopeful it could be June 7th, but they do not have the information as yet. So you continue it to a specific date and time. So you
Okay.
could either go to the 7th or your following meeting, which would be the 21st.
Okay.
I would move the 7th. I would move to continue this hearing until June 7th at 7:30 p.m. And I would just ask the applicant to do as they did this time. If they do not have the information, let us know in a timely fashion.
Patterson, second.
Okay, by roll call, all those in favor, Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you for that. And Mr. Suso, if we could also have, I don't know if Mr. Duffy could tell us an opinion, but we've had a lot of email correspondence requesting, especially in the last day or so, people saying that they believe that there should be site plan review from the planning board. I'm not sure where we stand with that because they're requesting a license modification from us, but yet it does involve a parking lot. So I'd appreciate some guidance on whether or not that is something that we should consider referring it back to the planning board if we feel that that's our take on it when we see the information.
We do have Town Council Duffy with us. He may not be prepared to weigh in on that, but we can certainly ask him to review that and give us his assessment. Unless you
Okay.
feel strongly, I know he's among the attendees.
All right, thank you, sir. I noticed a comment from Boyd DeMello. He's here prepared to speak when we get to the Bands of Badges event.
Mr. Chair, point of order, do we not have a
Yes, sir.
second public hearing for sea salt?
We do.
That's a 7:30 item also. I just didn't want you to overlook that.
Oh, right. No, I'm not going past that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, did you want to give Mr. Duffy a chance to comment? I
Yes,
see he
please.
joined us.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Mr. Brown, congratulations on your elevation to chair. Looking
Thank you,
forward
sir.
to working with you in that capacity.
Appreciate that.
I really am not in a position to comment on the Chappaquay Grill tonight. There has been litigation involving tenants of that plaza with respect to the use of the parking lot. It was resolved. It's no longer pending. And I think it's over as far as I know. But I can certainly take a look, and our office can advise you of the results of that litigation. It's something that Associate Town Council Ari Mullen participated in.
Okay, I didn't actually expect you to be prepared, and I wasn't referring to the litigation, but rather other site issues that are observations by neighbors and former planning board members. So it's a different kind of a concern than the lawsuit.
Okay, well, I'll have to try and find out what those are so I can properly help you.
And I'm just generally curious if it's in our purview, if we feel like it's beyond our expertise or our typical role to review that project, do we have the option to refer to the planning board for additional purview if we feel like it's kind of out of our league?
Well, as soon as I can determine what the issues are, I can advise you of that too.
Okay, we can perhaps, maybe I'll forward you those couple of emails with the concerns from the residents.
I think that would be very helpful because some of these emails that you're talking about haven't reached this office.
Okay, very well. Thank you, sir. Okay, and then that's it for that one. And then the next is application for a transfer of license and pledge of license and inventory of all alcoholic beverages, common victual license, Sea Salt Wine Bar and Grill Incorporated, 75 Davis Straits, Falmouth.
Do you want me to read the notice hearing, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that Sea Salt Wine Bar and Grill Incorporated has applied for a transfer of an all-alcohol common victual license and a pledge of license and inventory located at 75 Davis Straits, Falmouth, Mass. A hearing will be held in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall on Monday, May 24th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. on the above application. And this was, it actually doesn't have a publication date on this hearing notice. Doesn't have a publication date, but it was published per order of the Select Board. I'm guessing it was, well, now I'm not even going to guess. Okay.
Right. Well, so is there anyone here that wants to speak to this application, or are we just going to go ahead and review it ourselves?
I'm not aware of anyone indicating they were going to attend and comment,
Okay,
although they were invited to do so.
all right. Does
So
anyone
I'm
have
just,
any comments or concerns about this?
No, I might say
Mr.
that,
Johnson? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
well, we did receive feedback from various department heads that basically said that they found no objections to this. So that was helpful.
Right. And Mr. Johnson-Staub, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we did have a couple of individuals representing the applicant, Theodore Schilling and Charles Withers. I'm not sure if they're on the call right now, but if they are, perhaps they can be promoted to panelist.
I think Mr. Withers is the individual who has purchased, if I'm reading this correctly, Mr. Withers is the individual who's actually, I don't see them in the list, but he's purchased the, he's purchasing sea salt. Oh, I think Attorney Schilling. Looks like he's coming on.
Hello.
Oh.
Hi, Ted Schilling here. I don't know why I'm showing up on the picture.
So we just
Yeah, I got
typically,
it.
anyone who wants to speak to introduce the,
Hi,
hi, hello, Doug Brown here.
we're here with Charles Withers and Ted Schilling. I'm Ted Schilling and
Hello.
Charles Withers.
Okay, so if there's anything you want to inform us about, and we have all your paperwork, everything seems in order. You're welcome to make any comments that you'd like, or we can just ask any questions that we have if you
We're
prefer.
looking forward to continuing a successful restaurant in Falmouth, and Mr. Withers has a lot of experience, and I think he's going to do a fine job. He's really worked hard at getting to this point, and we're really looking forward to getting in and getting started. So we're waiting for, the approval of the license, and we get moving that the next day.
Okay, and can you remind me who will be the actual manager of the liquor license?
He's in the background. Charles? Hi. That'll be
Welcome.
me. Manager,
So-
owner, stockholder, president, treasurer,
Hi.
and cook,
Okay.
and cook.
Okay, the main man. So in the words of Mr. Doug Jones, who's no longer on the board, he used to always ask, are you aware that you'll be the one solely responsible for any concerns or problems with the liquor license? And you'll be, the one that we'll be calling if there's any issues.
Yes, sir, I'm aware.
Okay. Well, is there any comments or questions from the board?
Nope.
All right, well, thank you for attending. I don't think there's any questions. Do I have a
I think
motion
we
to
just
approve?
have to take public comment.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So we just have
Is
to
there any-
ask if there is anyone in opposition or in favor.
All right, very well. Is there anyone out there in opposition or wants to speak in favor of this? You can enter a comment in the chat or ask to be promoted if you'd like to speak. And seeing nothing in the chat,
I move we close the hearing.
very well.
Taylor, second.
I wanted to mention that Phyllis did a great job. That's all.
She always does. Thanks.
Always.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so I'll take a roll call vote, and by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye.
I move that we
Passes.
approve the application for the liquor license for Cecil.
Is there a
Taylor, second.
Very well. Okay. by
Thank
roll
you.
call,
Thank you.
all those in favor? Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye.
Great.
Congratulations, you're on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a
Good luck with the opening.
Right.
All right, and so now I guess we'll go back, or do we have to stay with business, or can we go back to our
You can go wherever you want. The only things we're ever
summary of
really
actions?
wedded to are just those hearings. And the
Right.
hearings can start anytime, just not before
Okay,
the
very
time
good.
designated, so.
Okay, so then we're going to go back to the top of the second page. You vote to approve request for exemption under general laws, chapter 268A and 20D, disclosure appearance of conflict of interest by a special municipal employee from the conflict of interest law regarding Debbie Rogers, FCTV, member of the cable TV negotiating team. So I think we've discussed this before and we knew that this was coming. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? I think the paperwork is in order. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move
So
approval.
moved. I'll
Patterson.
second. English Braga, second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thank you. B, designate all seasonal positions in the Recreation Department and the part-time, less than 20 hours per week receptionist position in the Recreation Department as special municipal employees. Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Patterson,
Taylor? Second by Mr. Patterson. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye. Next is vote to approve Falmouth Fire Rescue Department application for a COMIRS radio upgrade grant funds. Everybody had a chance to look at that?
I move approval. Patterson.
Taylor, second.
Thank you. And by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thanks to the fire department for getting those grant funds going for us. And D, vote to approve request for proposals for lease of 300 Dillingham Ave. Has everyone had a chance to review the RFP that's potentially to be issued? And have any adjustments that you'd like to see made?
It
Pretty
looked
thorough.
fine. It looks fine to me, and so I would authorize the posting of that request for proposal for the use of the old senior center.
Okay,
Taylor, second.
very good. The only comment I would make is that perhaps we leave it up to staff to determine the level of backup paperwork that's required, if there's any, and that'll be their judgment call on that to make sure that the application is complete.
Thanks, Mr.
And
Chairman.
so
I did want to emphasize it is in draft form and appreciate Peter's fine work in getting us to this point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a difficult situation. Yes, Ms. Scott Price.
I had a question. There were 3 different options for the rent, and I'm sorry, there's a lot of paper here, so I can't find it right now, but there were 3 different rent tiers. There was one that was up to 500 and one that was over 4,000, and they seemed like big gaps. And I was curious if someone could tell me about those.
Yes, Peter, could you please explain that a little bit?
Sure. So the what we like to do in a request for proposals is to identify clear categories so that we have a clear rubric for assigning a rating for each criteria. So it's somewhat, what I tried to do is to recognize that this, first and foremost, this lease is not primarily about the town trying to generate income from this property, but it is a factor to look at. So I started at a very low level where these are not monthly, these are annual rental payments that I'm talking about. So they're, somewhat nominal. And I just wanted to provide some clear categories. They can propose whatever rent they wish, and we just need to have a way to rate them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Braga.
I just wanted to, just remind folks that we got here, and I know we've talked about it a couple times, because we had a town meeting vote where there was a very clear vision proposed for how that center was going to be used. And it was really a union of the VFW and the Joe Q Coffee Hour Group, which is a nonprofit organization. And unfortunately, even though there was so many efforts put into trying to make that to come to fruition, it just didn't. And, we really felt that town meeting had taken a very specific vote. Our town moderator had stepped down and really spoken about who Joe Q was and what he meant to him. And there really was a very specific idea that this would be a collaboration. And because it didn't come to fruition, we're really kind of in this place where we feel it makes sense to open up the field and not undermine that town meeting vote, which I think was really about a very particular format. So the goal is to get an organization to serve veterans in this building as soon as possible and get services. It's really frustrating and unfortunate that we've lost all of this time where we could have been running, I think about something like the Wounded Warriors event. That could have been a home base for some of the activities that had taken place. So, we really do want to get this out there and get somebody in this building who's going to provide services for our veterans that they need and deserve. So just a reminder for folks, how we got to where we are now.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Did we get a motion or we just talked?
I did move that we issue this request for proposal.
Okay, and Nancy, you seconded.
I did second.
Okay, and then so by roll call, Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you, Peter, for putting that together. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Approve appointment of Ray Jack as Falmouth representative to the Joint Base Cape Cod Military Civilian Community Council. And this is the post that Virginia had served on. It's the last thing that she held on to because it was really important to her. And I think that Virginia would be happy that Ray Jack has offered to step in and fill that role. Ray, being a military veteran, knows his way around the military acronyms. And I think he's a good person for the job personally. And I wonder if anyone wants to make a motion to support Ray for this position.
I move to approve Ray Jack as the Falmouth representative to the Joint Base Cape Cod Military Civilian Community Council, MCCC.
Patterson.
Thank you. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye. And thanks to Ray for being willing to continue serving Falmouth in his retirement. And let's see now, vote to accept donation of lot abutting Shivericks Pond off Catherine Lee Bates Road from the 300 Committee Land Trust Incorporated. This is to implement the Shiverick Pond Trail. Thanks to the 300 Committee for their work in putting this together. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second, Taylor, second.
I should say a vote to accept.
So, and it's a quick claim deed is the official document.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Is there any comments or concerns or questions? All right, I'll take a roll call vote.
Thanks
Yes,
to
Sam?
the 300. No, thanks to the 300 committee for having, I guess you could say, brokered the acquisition of this piece that formerly belonged to the Bank of America Corporation. So this is a strategic piece and will be part of that park-like area that's going to surround the Shivericks Pond.
Yes, definitely. Thanks to the 300 Committee. Where would this town be without that committee? Vote to accept. So I'll take a motion to accept.
Yeah, I
this
think we,
donation.
well, so moved.
Okay.
Second,
Thank you. And by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye. So, thank you. And vote to approve grant of license to New Silver Beach Improvement Association to install a lifeguard stand on the town beach at Silver Beach Ave, North Falmouth. Any discussion? All right, I'll take a motion if anybody is willing.
Seems like this is in the interest of public safety. So I would move approval of the license.
Okay.
Taylor, second.
All right. Any discussion? I'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Scott Price.
Scott Price, aye.
Brown, aye. Thank you, Miss. Yes, Nancy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a quick question. When will we, just because it started to make me think of the beaches, when will we get an update on the beaches and how they're going? I mean, we're getting Memorial Day weekends coming up, so I would just like at some point to have an update on the beaches.
Okay, we'll ask for that. I can tell you that the DPW has gotten great rave reviews for their work at making Minot safe this year. I've heard a lot of good comments. I haven't actually looked at it myself, I have to admit. That's the biggest concern. The last one on this here is vote to approve grant of license to Elaine Aristi to maintain an existing stone wall located at 141 Sippowisset Road. And I looked at the plan and I don't have any problems. Do you guys have any concerns with that?
No.
Is there a motion to approve?
So
I moved
moved.
it. Patterson, second.
Okay, thank you. And by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
Sorry, dog is barking. English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Scott Price.
Scott Price, aye.
And I'll vote yes, aye as well. Thank you. Discussion and update on COVID-19 issues. Discussion and vote on local face covering orders.
Mr. Chair.
We took a specific vote recently, or last year, to instruct people on Main Street and also Main Street and Woods Hole to wear face coverings. And I think we're here to reconsider that. Is that right, Mr. Stock?
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Chair. We were hoping to have Scott McGann, our health agent, join us for this conversation. And in fact, he was going to report out on the Board of Health discussion on this same topic. They are still meeting, so they're still discussing this very issue. I didn't know if you might want to consider moving on to one of the other business agenda items, and then we could come back to this. As I think you're aware, Megan had put the update in a sort of unusual order so that it would precede the special events. So
okay.
And you may want to consider skipping over the special events and going to a regular business item. I would expect that, hopefully within a half hour or so, the Board of Health meeting will wrap up.
Well, I think that's a really good suggestion. Thank you very much. So we'll go to number
Mr.
3.
Chair, if I
licenses.
might,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna suggest that, sorry.
Okay, great. Okay, so number 3 under licenses, application for a common victualler license, Dilly's Grill, LLC, DBA Dilly's Taqueria, located at 281 Main Street, Falmouth. Came before us once before and told us they were coming. So is anyone here from that establishment that wants to speak? If not, I think we could move forward without them. We did have them before us once before.
Yeah, I think I guess I think it's mandatory that the board of our health agent actually inspect their facilities before they can start doing business. But that's just a sort of a routine matter. I
Okay.
believe. Is that not right?
I think that's
Yes.
correct. I see Adam Robello now is here, so if we could let him unmute and speak, would be great. Welcome. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry
Thank you.
about that. My Board of Health inspection is planned for next week.
Okay.
That's Tuesday, June 1st. I'm over on the vineyard. I've been in business for the last 4 years, operating successfully.
Okay.
And I bought a house off of Amvets Ave in 2017, and starting to build some roots here in there in Falmouth. With the housing crisis here on the vineyard, I was born and raised on Martha's Vineyard, and really starting to come to the Cape. And I've just realized how busy Main Street has been when I've gone into town, and how beautiful it is, and the improvements and all the money that's going into the town. Just gave me the idea to come into town and come into business. My plan is to open the third week of June.
Okay.
Still, I have to get the Board of Health inspection.
Right.
But I wanted to speak with you guys first.
Right. Okay. I believe that we still have the authority to approve pending inspection. Isn't that correct, Mr. Suso?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So, well, I'm glad to have you come into Falmouth, and welcome. We are really proud of our Main Street restaurants. I have friends come to town all the time, and I say, if you want to have some fun, just take a walk down Main Street.
And I think Dilly's will bring something that the town doesn't really offer. Where there is Mexican restaurants, we are more of a takeout based, to get tacos to go, burritos to go, quesadillas and rice bowls. It's been a hit on Martha's Vineyard, similar to a Chipotle. And I really think it will do well and it'd be a great addition to the town.
So they'll probably grab a taco and go sit in the park and
That's what I'm hoping.
enjoy the sunshine.
Mhm.
All right, great. Well, good luck to you and welcome, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I'll accept
You
the
had me
motion
at taco, so I will move approval.
Okay.
Sounds wonderful.
Patterson second. Did I hear another
Very
one?
good. Any questions or further comments?
No, thank you.
Oh, best of luck.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. By roll call then, Ms. Taylor
Taylor, aye.
and Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye. Okay, good luck. And this approval is pending the health inspection, of course. Thank you. Okay. Let's see, where was I? Number 3, B is application for special one-day liquor license, Bands for Badges Music Festival, Bands for Badges Incorporated, Cape Cod Fairgrounds. Boyd DeMello did alert us that he's here if anyone has questions. This event did take place 2 years ago, and I can say that it went on without incident and was very successful and well run. And I think it'll be even better run this year because with some experience now they're even more prepared. So does anyone, do we
I
want to
would move
invite
to
Boyd in?
approve. I would move to approve.
Okay,
Patterson
all
second.
right. All right, and any further comments or questions about the event? If not, I'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Mrs. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And I also vote aye. And Boyd DeMello, did you want to comment anything? Tell us anything about it? We've already approved it. He just said thank you, so I guess he's all set. Okay. And next we have application for special one-day liquor license, Striperfest on the Water LLC, Marina Park, Saturday, 9/25/21. I saw Chris Megan offer to make some comments or answer questions. If he could please be promoted to panelist.
It's beginning to feel like we're getting back to normal with these
Yeah,
special events.
We're working on it.
Sorry about that. I
Welcome.
think I've been sitting here for an hour and my computer decided to die about 5 minutes ago, so I was racing to plug it in.
That's all right. You're still in good timing. So any questions for the board about the On the Water Striperfest event? Yes, Ms. English Braga? Peggy?
I just was checking, and I'm sure Chris has, I know the last time, just because it's such a popular event, because it's such a great event, there were some concerns from some, the folks who have their boats at the marina, et cetera. I just want to make sure that there was some kind of good, healthy dialogue. And I know you had started that, and then we didn't really have it last year. So I just want to make sure we were back at the place where I think we were last time, which is some good dialogue going on to make sure that folks that attend your event, that space is still, accessible for folks who on that day are getting to their boats.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks, Megan. So I had some dialogue with I caught up with probably close to half that group, maybe 2/3 of that group, and went out and visited them that way. A few of them didn't realize what they were actually signing on board to. They thought they were just kind of signing on board to just making sure that access remained. We fortunately had a drone that day taking some of the shots from overhead. And so I could actually point out to them that along that wall, there was probably 15 parking spots out in front of, I don't know if it's the F dock, that first dock with the bigger boats. There was 15 parking spots along that. We left that access road down along the Marina Park open. So I think it was more or less one or two individuals that kind of just wanted to make sure that access to their boats was still remained open. Once they started having those conversations, they said that they weren't sure. It wasn't their indication to not have the event, just making sure that they had it. And they were surprised by the wording on it.
Okay. And I was going to share that similar concern, that I just want to make sure that you're doing the most you can to bus people in and minimize the parking on site as best you can. I know you're working on that.
Yeah, we've always had busing over from, at one time it was over out in front of a Christmas tree shop when we used to work with them. They wanted the business there. That was bought out, I want to say like 3 years ago, maybe, by a different group. At that time, we started working with the school in parking over at Lawrence School and running buses from there. So our job is to make sure we keep as much of the traffic down around that area. And I welcome any of you to come down and you'll see kind of the access that's through that Marina Park down to those roads and the parking spots that are left available for any of the folks that have boats there on the marina itself.
Okay. I know a couple of years ago, I had made some comments that, the event might be outgrowing the site and maybe you should consider moving it to a different venue. But when I thought about it more and I've looked online and looked at your, how your whole thing works, really couldn't work anywhere else. So I understand that. So I just hope you stay vigilant and try to think about, maybe there might have to be a cap on the number of attendees at some point.
We've kind of capped it with the entrance as far as that. I think the only way we can cap it is the amount of entrance that we allow in the tournament that way. And then you usually end up getting X amount of those folks coming. So we've got it down to more or less a science as far as how many we're allowing into the tournament itself and how many show up that day. The other thing that we've tried to do is a lot of the demo rides with Yamaha, they start earlier in the day. So if they can start at 9 or 10 in the morning, we clear out a lot of the folks that want to come down and test out some of the different Yamaha engines that are on the dock, which moves more people through at 9, 10, 11, and 12. The high water mark's usually somewhere between 4 and 5:30. The good thing is by 7 o'clock, they've pretty much vacated that premises completely. So it's a work in progress, but I'd say after 10 years,
If you ask Captain Reed, who spoke the other day at the working group, he was pretty surprised at how well it's run regarding the amount of folks that do come through there.
All right, and we did just get a comment in the chat from Jolene Augusta saying, very well run event. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your help with parking. So apparently your outreach is working.
I appreciate that, Juliana, because she was one of the ones I think initially signed on that list, and we had a nice conversation after that. So I'm going to make sure that we stay vigilant to that and want to be a good neighbor, obviously.
I appreciate that. Okay. Okay, well, with that said, we will entertain a motion to approve. Unless there's any other comments from the board.
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Taylor, second.
Okay, thanks. And by roll call, Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And I'll vote aye as well. Thank you for coming in, Chris. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, public hearings we did. So, we can do the licenses really at the end, right? Why don't we go on to interview for the Sandwich Road Building Committee? And we're just going to interview tonight because we don't have all the applicants. So we have Chris Simler, Mark Finneran, and Edward Pride. If they're available, let's promote them to speak if they're ready. If they're not, then we can come back because we might not be expecting to be on at this time. See Chris
I
Simler
do.
coming in.
Okay. Yep.
Good evening, Mr. Simler. How are you?
You're muted.
You're still muted.
Congratulations on your new position. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you, sir. So I think the board is pretty familiar. Most of us are. I don't know if Ms. Scott Price is familiar, but I know, Chris, you served on the building committee for the senior center. Is that right?
Correct. Had a great experience. We had a very good team and support from the town, and I thought it was a really good committee and a lot of lessons learned that can be applied to the fire station so we can have a successful project as well.
Right. Great. I appreciate your being willing to serve. Anybody have questions for Mr. Simler?
I'm just curious, Mr. Simler, also as a civil engineer, where did you do your education?
I went to WPI. Got my bachelor's of science in civil engineering from them and graduated in '89.
Nice.
Where you said you were a civil engineer?
Yeah, I attended Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Florida.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I think your work on the previous building committee speaks for all I need to know. And if anybody, any other questions for Mr. Simler?
No, I know Chris was active in the bus depot renovation as well. So he's got a lot of good experience and a great track record. So Chris, thanks for signing up again.
Unfortunately, we're not taking votes tonight because we don't have all the applicants available to fill the committee, but we're going to put you on the top of the list.
I appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you for considering.
Thank you for being willing to serve. I appreciate that. Yes, Ms. English Braga.
I just want to use this as an opportunity to remind folks that, we do have this committee and we are looking for members. So if this is something you're interested in, we really hope people will put themselves forward. This is going to be a huge asset and a facility that we will hope will endure and be well used and serve the town well for many, many, many years. So we have found in this town that when we have citizen committees, we get the very best product at the end of the day. It's been true over and over again. And so thanks to Chris and Mark and Edward and Patrick for putting their names in, and we hope we get some more names. So please take a look at it if folks are interested.
All right. Thank you for coming tonight, Chris.
Thank you.
Mr. Finneran, welcome.
Good evening. Congratulations, Doug.
Thank you, Mark.
Congratulations, Ms. Scott Price.
Thank you.
So I know you served on the fire station location committee, so it makes sense that you want to keep going and work on the building committee. And anything you want to share with us to begin with?
Well, yeah, I was on the committee. I think it was because the interest I've had in this issue for a long time. And of course, it's been an issue for longer than I've been around. But I have definite ideas on the committee. We went beyond our mandate or whatever, and we determined the best thing was beyond that location, combining west and north, and pursuing of that. I think, and I would like to propose and have looked at in this committee that we build 2 stations identical to one another and save money. I want to propose that we use steel modular buildings right off the shelf, and a modular home, a 2-bedroom home to house the firefighters right next door. I mean, I have prices, it's cheap, and it's fast, and I believe the taxpayer, as well as the citizen who depends on these services and their response times, should have this looked at. We could do this much faster and get this thing behind us. Also, I can get a 4,800 square foot steel building with 4 doors for $80,000 and constructed by their crews at rate for another 50. I can get a modular home at a place that I worked at when I went to college as for civil engineering. And I know they build a quality product. And get a 2-bedroom, 780-foot turnkey on our foundation for about $200,000. I mean, we've already appropriated $800,000 in engineering. They've done all this for us. They build these stations all over the country. It's just something that I firmly believe needs to be looked at. I think we can spend the money we save elsewhere, like on human capital and firefighters. And also, a 4,800 square foot building, do the firefighters need that? No. They could get by with 36 and the other 1,200 could go to the police. They've been using a substation kind of thing where you see them parked at the administration building, and in East Falmouth at the school, and in North Falmouth at the school, but then COVID screwed that up. I think that the other, especially in the west-north combination, the quarter of that building could be given to the police for a substation and a place to pre-locate equipment when we have snow emergencies. Also, do they need 1,200 square feet on Sandwich Road? Probably not, but we could switch with the apparatus repair in East Falmouth, give them the 1,200 square feet that's left over, and maybe give the police 400 square feet for a little substation in East Falmouth. And I think that would also serve to make the rehabilitation of the police station much easier, cleaner, and maybe it could be done on the footprint that exists. But I think these are all things that should be looked at. And I think on the time and the money saving thing, as I've said, the taxpayers deserve it. And that's why I want to be on this committee.
All right, well, those are a lot of good reasons to have you in there with your ideas.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's kind of what I do.
Okay.
Sorry, sometimes I'm a one-man show, but I mean, I've gotten some things done and I like to get more done. And I think this is a critical issue and I always have.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming tonight. We're not going to be able to take a vote tonight because we don't have enough applicants really yet to give it a fair vote. But I appreciate you coming in for the interview and we're going to take notes. And Ms. Taylor, did you have a question?
I just was going to thank Mark Finneran for coming back out to look into this and to be part of this committee.
Thank you. It's important to me.
Absolutely.
And everyone else in the town.
Yes,
sure.
it's all of us.
It's an important issue, that's for sure. And I appreciate you having all those ideas.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for coming
I
in.
hope I hear from you. Bye.
Okay. And then I think we have Edward Pride here as well to speak tonight. If you're ready to go, Mr. Pride, we'd like to hear from you as well.
I'm here.
Great. And can you tell us your interest? And I know you've given us your resume and your application, but we just willing to let you speak a little on why you think you'd want to be on this building committee.
Well, I grew up here in Falmouth, although I haven't been a resident here since until about 4 years ago. We just moved down here year round.
Okay.
So I was a summer resident, and I just want to become more involved in the town. So I ran for town meeting member. So I'm a town meeting member in precinct 4, and I attended seen all the warrants, and I was just kind of astounded as to what's going on with the fire department. So I don't have any sort of idea of what should be done. I'm just an open mind and a concerned citizen and a taxpayer, and I want to help out.
Okay. And do you think you have any relative experience, whether it be in construction or reading plans or fire department issues? Or would
None
you just be-
whatsoever. I'm sorry. No.
You would just be an objective, independent voice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes that's helpful.
Well, that's what I think. I'm a
Okay.
smart guy, and I make the right decision.
Okay.
And I'm going to do it on behalf of the taxpayers of Falmouth.
That sounds good. That's certainly good for town meeting as well. Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay. Well, we're not making any votes tonight, Mr. Pride.
Thank you.
We're just taking interviews because we have 4 people who have expressed an interest. Only 3 could make it tonight, I believe. Mr. Callahan, I don't think is with us this evening. So this will conclude our interview for this evening. Mr. Suso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you noted, Pat Callahan's not able to be with us. He did apply. I just wanted to confirm, he also, as the board I think is aware, served on the Senior Center Building Committee as well.
Yes.
So you have met and worked with him as far as his construction background also.
Absolutely. Any more questions from Mr. Pride? And any more comments you want to make, sir? If not, we're going to conclude the interview, and we'll get back to you as soon as we have interviewed the other folks and let you know who we've assigned.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
It seems to me this is a good time, if anybody's watching, to ask anybody else that might have, applicable experience to submit an application, because, what we want is a full committee that's willing to put the time in and provide the kind of judgment that's required to make sure that this is a successful outcome.
And I don't know how you other board members feel, but I think it would be great if we had 1 or 2 retired firefighters to give the perspective on Mr. Finneran's idea about the size of the building and, those other concerns. I know we'll have professional staff reviewing it, but if we had a firefighter or EMT or someone in that type of service on the committee, I think it would be helpful. So we're still looking for a couple more folks. Okay, number 4 on our business is report from representative of FalmouthNet. We know we need that. Is anyone here from FalmouthNet that's ready to speak?
Art Gaylord. I know he's the one that put this set of slides together.
David
Right.
Eisenberg, is he here?
Yep.
I
Here's
thought I
Art.
saw him.
He probably is. I bet they're all here. Art's
There you
coming
go.
in. Now David's coming in.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, if I can share my my screen, then
Yes,
I can give
go
you a
ahead.
show.
That'd be great.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
just a reminder that usually we try to keep these presentations to, around 10 minutes, just, and I think that that Falmouth Net, probably knows that, but we just try to keep it around that area just so we can continue to move through.
Right. Is that possible?
It should be.
Okay, great.
All right, are you seeing my screen?
Not
Can
yet.
you,
Does Justin know to allow it?
Justin, can you allow Mr. Gaylord to share a screen?
You should be able to share it by default.
Okay, thanks.
I am. I am doing a share.
Not seeing it.
It was in our packet. Is it possible that, Peter, you can share the version that we received?
Well, if IT can do it, then I can just ask them to advance the screen.
Is that possible, either Justin or Peter?
I think we should have it. I don't have it handy at the moment. I can get the one from the select board packet, but the resolution isn't great. Okay, here it is.
Do you see it now?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, sorry for that.
Okay.
So this is basically a presentation by Falmouth Net, and to talk primarily about what we've done since the feasibility study has begun. At the last meeting, the EDIC gave a very good report about the need for a new network in Falmouth, and I'm not going to rehash all of those issues. So one of the things that we've been doing since the study was released is we've been gathering information. We've talked to many network builders, design firms, ISPs, basically trying to get all the information we can to be able to advise the town of Falmouth and its residents as the best way to proceed in terms of building a state-of-the-art fiber optic network for Falmouth. We've also been investigating both public and private sources of funding. And since Open Cape has a major role in providing independent networking across the region, we've been talking with them, encouraging them to establish a position to define its role in developing operating regional networks throughout the region. So some of the main lessons that we've learned are, what are the real metrics? What are the things that companies potentially interested in getting engaged in Falmouth are interested in? And one is the potential market size. We're a little bit smaller than their ideal. And that may mean that it will ultimately be important for us to look at other communities joining us. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, that Falmouth can't do something on its own, but to engage some of the private investors, we might need a larger market. Cost per passing is another thing that they look at a lot. A little bit high in Falmouth. That's not something we can do a lot about. It primarily is a matter of geography. The one way that Falmouth could seek to address this would be to do some bonding, which would do partial funding. Take rate is how many people will actually sign up for the network in the first few years, should a network become available. And that's something that really plays to our advantage. The CCG study, as the EDIC pointed out last meeting, shows us well above the average on that. And then the other is, if you're an investor, you want to know what is your rate of return. And we're not quite as good as some of the most dense suburban areas, but we are far better than the rural areas that much of the emphasis is currently going into. We did find that there are a number of private companies that are potentially interested in building, operating, and paying for the construction of a network. Of course, if that happens, then they also are taking the returns. Public-private partnerships are the way a number of communities have moved forward. Sharing costs, operations, and revenues. This can be a little bit tricky to arrange, but is perhaps the best way to get access to capital and to the expertise of the people who who are familiar with running these networks. Key thing that we've learned is that time is of the essence. Communities are increasingly interested in this. The possibility of more state, more federal funding throughout the nation has gotten people excited. There are many, maybe hundreds, if not 1,000 communities that are looking at the same types of things that we are. And as a result, it's getting harder to find consultants, engineers, builders, and the lead time for even the basic materials like fiber optic cable and so forth has been stretching out. Also, if we were to ever go for state or federal funding, we need to be prepared. Time schedules for submitting grant proposals are generally pretty tight. And this is where detailed engineering, financial plans, and so forth, having them ready, having your political support ready becomes key. We've been working to build up support within government at all levels. We've had discussions with Senator Markey and Warren and Keating. One of the things that we've been talking with them about is this whole notion of seasonally underserved communities. There's many of the discussions that you'll hear at a federal level have to do with rural communities. Increasingly, you're hearing about some of the poorer urban areas and so forth needing help. But we believe that there's another category, which is the seasonally underserved communities, which of course includes Falmouth, but it also includes most of the US coastline, and therefore has some political appeal that extends well beyond our state. We've had discussions with Senator Moran, Representative Vieira and Fernandez. All of them have requested funds from the state to help with an engineering design. The House version, it didn't make it into the final bill, but it is still pending in the Senate. Another thing we worked with, and Senator Moran helped us, was that when you have private utility right-of-ways, these are typically right-of-ways for water, sewer, electrical, phone, and so forth. It has never included broadband as an element of that right-of-way. And so we asked, and Senator Moran introduced legislation to add broadband to this right-of-way. This is just another thing that will basically help Falmouth get ready and really help other communities throughout the state. And of course, we've been holding discussions with the select board and town meeting members whenever possible. Community education and outreach, we think, is huge. We've held, I don't know how many dozens of Zoom meetings with community groups throughout the past year. We have a brand new website and growing social media presence. We have about 1,000 followers on Facebook. We have raised $50,000 to help with an educational campaign throughout the town. And we recently produced a video explaining the need for FalmouthNet. What are some of the paths forward? One option is to have a fully funded town network. That would be about a $70 to $75 million bond. I know that's a big lift, but it's something to consider at least one extreme of options. In such a case, the town would own the network. It could either operate it or contract for services. And one of the things to point out in this type of bonding, which would be different than, say, a traditional bond for schools or roads or something like that, the revenue from the operations of a network would be able to repay the bond after the first 5 or 6 years of operations. In other words, once you build up a subscriber base, the operation of a network itself can begin to repay the bond. Another option is the privately funded. This is, in some ways, quote, nice. It means that The company is putting up all the money. It's doing the building, it's operating and everything. The downside of it is that the town then has very little control over the policies and operations of a network. One thing I should go back and I wanted to say about the town-funded network is what we've seen in talking to other towns is that as they pay off the bonds and so forth, and they're making money, they have the power to basically say, what do we do with any excess revenue that we're bringing in? We can use it to expand perhaps, but we can also use it to lower rates. We were talking with Longmont, Colorado recently, and they're about to pay off their bonds, and they are considering the idea of dropping their rates to the citizens by about half. And this is something that, a town or a nonprofit can decide to do. That is not going to happen when you have, an investor-driven networking company. Another source of money is potentially federal broadband infrastructure grants. Potentially, there's $100 billion that Biden has been proposing. It's really uncertain at this point what the timing will be, what the eligibility requirements will be, but it's something that we want to pay attention to and we want to be ready for should the opportunity arise. In my opinion, the reality is that if Falmouth is to move forward with building a network, it's going to be some combination of these things. But I've outlined it like the three extreme possibilities, but most likely we'll end up with some combination of, town funding, federal funding, private investment, and that certainly has the advantage financially in relieving the town of some of the financial burden, but it also is a way of bringing in much needed expertise to the town. Next steps forward as far as Falmouth is concerned is to continue to advocate for our fiber optic network. We want to keep working to initiate an engineering design. We feel at this point, this is the most important next step to do. This is something that would be needed to be able to go to the town, credibly go forward to the town to ask for bond funding. It would be needed to write a grant proposal to the federal government or the state government. And really it will be needed to attract some of the private investors. So, we a while ago requested $200,000 from the town, suggesting that perhaps it could come out of COVID money. That was kind of a shot in the dark, but we wanted to get the discussion about the importance of getting this engineering study done underway. We certainly continue to work to respond to any potential funding opportunities. And we really want to collaborate with the town and anybody else that's interested to move this project forward as quickly as possible. There's been talk about forming a town working group. We would be very happy to participate in that in any way that town officials think is appropriate. And we want to do things that will help the town prepare for any eventuality of building a network. And to that extent, an example of that is, one possible means of construction is micro trenching, which is digging little narrow trenches along the streets and burying the cable in that. And we wanted to be sure that the town started to think about having a policy for this, such that if that became an option, we would know how to deal with it and not be caught off guard.
Excuse me, Art, we're past the 10 minutes, so I just want to make you aware.
This is my final slide, and which
Okay.
is telling you who the board members are and pointing out that we have an advisory committee, which is local and national experts. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Art, for getting us up to date on that. I do have one question for you about the cost per passing. I know I asked this question at the previous meeting, Zoom meeting that you guys presented, And I think we were talking about maybe $12 million of investment from the town to reduce that cost per passing to a more competitive rate. Does that number sound right?
Yeah, it's somewhere between 12 and 15 million.
Okay. If that's something that we want to consider for the town's portion of a public-private partnership. And if we were to put that 10 or 15 million up, would that be like a bargaining chip to make us part owners? How would that apply?
Yeah, as I would see it, that would be, yes, that would make us a part owner in the project, give us say in helping determine policies and so forth. Also, if there were federal grant opportunities, most likely they will require some matching funds. Recently, the federal government announced a program in which they wanted a 10% match. When Open Cape was built, it was a 20% match. And those are minimum numbers, and the more you have, the more likely you are to get a grant.
Right.
So, I would consider it, an investment in that direction as well.
Right, I agree. So any questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Scott Price?
Thanks, Art. It's a great presentation. I have a question about if we were to do this Falmouth Net and not use Comcast. I'm thinking in terms of what's going on with FCTV, them renegotiating their contract with Comcast. Is there an opportunity with not using Comcast for us to be able to do what Comcast does for FCTV through Falmouth Net? And if not, have we thought about how we might want to handle that if it comes around?
Yeah, well, one is, if this network is built, Comcast won't go away. They're still going to be around. And this will be just a competitive option. But we have discussed within Falmouth Net, and it would be up to the town to establish the policy that, once there is revenue coming in, we would certainly think it was reasonable to direct some of that revenue to FCTV and to keep them afloat. The other thing is that recent changes in federal law have dramatically reduced the amount of money that FCTV and other community cable TVs will be getting. So,
yes, Courtney.
I wanted to add to what Art is saying on this issue. We feel it's very important to support Falmouth Community Television, given that people are going to streaming services and so forth. The amount of revenue generated through television is declining, and so the money that FCTV receives from Comcast is going to decline as well. So we feel that it's essential to the Falmouth Net's mission to help to have enough revenue generated and dedicated to making sure that Falmouth Community Television is viable. And that goes back to the central point that Art was talking about, a variety of options that we had for partnerships, either the town funding it entirely, or it's partly a private public partnership or whatever. The important thing to bear in mind here is that if we want to have the goals that, number one, we support things that are like Falmouth Community Television. If we want to support a goal that everyone in Falmouth, regardless of income, can have access to fiber optic internet, then the town has to put some skin in the game, if you will. It has to be a partner in not only, particularly in a financial sense. And so, the town has got to realize that if it wants something like this and wants these goals, they're going to have to pony up some cash.
Well, that's what we're headed for now, aren't we?
We're hoping so.
So speaking of which, if we want to get some cash, we have to go to town meeting. And so is Falmouth Net going to consider a petition article for town meeting, or is this board going to sponsor an article for town meeting? I understand the target is $200,000 to do this detailed analysis of construction needs. And we're at a point right now where we're going to have to decide, because the warrant, I think, closes in August. Is that right, Mr. Sousa?
Yes, tentatively the end of August.
Okay. Yes, Art?
Yeah, I think Falmouth Net would certainly encourage that. If a petition article is the way to do it, then that's fine. If the select board is willing to recommend it, then that's even better. I think part of it depends upon, between now and August, we'll probably learn an awful lot more about what there will be for federal infrastructure funding. And that may change the game a little bit.
Okay. I think we should target mid-June for making our decision if this board wants to consider financial investment to continue this initiative. So we'll put that on a future agenda for, what are the dates in June, Mr. Suso? Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted.
17th and the 21st.
17th.
I'm sorry, the 7th and the 21st.
Okay.
Right.
Let's shoot for June 21st. We'll have another discussion and a potential vote on recommending a town meeting article for either 200,000 or another amount if further discussion leads us to believe that there should be an additional amount.
That'd be very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else? Mr. Eisenberg, did you have any comments for us this evening?
No comments. I think Art and Courtney did a great job representing Falmouth Net, and I concur with everything they said.
Excellent, thank you. I just want to impart my own sense of urgency to this. Mr. Gaylord mentioned that there's maybe a half a year wait to get the fiber optic cable. Being in construction, I've seen some incredible stuff being out of stock lately. White cedar shingles, who would ever expect that? There was none at the lumberyard recently. And these kind of shortages could encroach into the broadband. I think not only Falmouth has got the lesser quality of internet connection, but it's probably a lot of places around the country that are saying the same thing we're saying right now. Yes, Courtney?
Yeah, I would like to, first of all, thank you for considering supporting an article on this. I also think one of the other things that we should, that we would hope the board would consider is the establishment of some kind of a working group within the town, and perhaps with the selectmen, and we'd be certainly happy to help with that, to examine some of these issues. And we should, I think in a way, we should start that process, as soon as possible. And so, if you guys are behind that, I would suggest you look at creating a working group.
All right, Sam?
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in and reinforce what Courtney is suggesting, because I provided a DPW with a spec for micro trenching that was put together by Harrisonburg, Virginia, just as a sort of a starting point to think about what kinds of policies we would want to create for the sake of micro trenching in our streets. And DPW did respond back with a number of issues. And I think that's a good starting point for getting together and talking about it, because there are private developers right now that only want to use micro trenching because it skirts all those issues with conflicts of pole access and moving into communities that don't want overhead wires, for instance. So I'd like to see us go through. Other communities are using micro trenching, so there obviously are workarounds. But I think some of the issues that were raised, by the DPW's initial review of micro trenching, there are probably answers for those questions.
Is there a motion then that, or not a motion, but I mean, is there a consensus that we would like to consider Mr. Bird's suggestion of putting a working group together? Anybody have comments on that? Yes, Courtney, go ahead.
Yeah, I think a working group that I would envision would not only deal with the practical things that, such as microtrenching, but also would look at potential models, at operating models that the town might be comfortable with, financing options. In other words, so the whole range of issues, because we think it's important that the town and the town's administration and the selectmen and so forth be engaged in this process in a regular basis. And so I would think a working group should have a fairly broad definition of what its areas of responsibility were.
I'd love to get some feedback from other board members on the idea of the working group.
Well, and I'll just weigh in. I've said this before, but I mean, high-speed internet, broadband internet is absolutely critical infrastructure for economies moving forward. You can actually get TV connections now if you have adequate bandwidth. And the solutions that are being proposed for fiber to the house basically assure that you're going to have plenty of bandwidth to not only do just sort of the standard internet and these occasional Zoom meetings, but also other video type access. But this isn't going away. And you can see it because it's being proposed in the grants that are being considered at the federal level and the state level. Broadband has suddenly become part of the eligibility for those grants. I don't think we can afford not. I think we have to take this as serious as part of the quality of life of Falmouth moving forward.
Should that be part of our agenda item on the 21st, or should that come even sooner on the 7th?
Well, if it's a matter of establishing a policy for the importance of creating the opportunity for broadband internet to all of the parcels within the town, I think we can do it earlier, but I think we have to go ahead and establish that as an important thing that this town has to support one way or another.
Okay, I'll take this up with Mr. Suso and Mr. Johnson-Staub afterwards, and we'll discuss the practicalities of whether or not we can put a working group together and how quickly. And we'll either bring that up on the 7th or the 21st. All right.
Thank you very much, Doug. I appreciate the support of the Falmouth Board of Selectmen, and hopefully we're going to get there.
I hope we do, because we've seen the need, and we just have to see what we can do. I also am pretty excited about the fact that there could be a return. The town often invests on things that taxpayers have to pay for out of pocket, and a lot of things like sewer systems don't really pay us back. They just keep taking money from us. So this is one where we have a chance to make an investment, and hopefully we can invest half or less and get a company to work with us.
Just bear in mind that there's 24,000 businesses and homes in this town, and 60% take rate is what the feasibility study suggested. If just 50% signed up, and they paid $70 a month for their internet service. If you multiply that out, $70 a month times 12,000 times 12 months, my math says we're up to $10 to $12 million a year in income.
That sounds good. And just a little quick plug for your group. I know you guys are already an organized nonprofit. If people want to send checks, where can they send them?
They can send them to the address, which is Falmouth Met, 43 Sippowisset Road, Falmouth, Mass.
Okay, well, I know we got a lot
glad to deposit them and put it to good use in the educational campaign, and maybe to help us fund the engineering study and any of other outreach.
Okay, I know there's a lot of people interested in this, so maybe you'll get some response. Yes, sir.
Hey, just one thing I'd like, at the last meeting, I listened to that and was impressed that the town had a relationship with the golf course, and that was a public-private type of relationship. I don't know the details of it, and I don't know what the pitfalls might be, but on the surface, it sounds like it's a potential model for us to look at in terms of how a town-owned or town-shared network could operate. And perhaps that's one of the things that a working group could look at.
Yeah, they would have to look at whether or not the prevailing wage implications would be triggered by that. I don't know if, I guess we'd probably be into that anyway, wouldn't we, Mr. Suso, being on town roadways would.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
we probably
Grants,
would.
a federal grant would definitely require prevailing wage.
Right. Okay, we're probably not going to avoid that anyway. So yeah, that's probably a good point to look into.
This is all the nitty gritty that the working group can look at.
Right, it can be complicated. Okay, anything else, I guess?
I just like to emphasize that, Falmouth Net's interest is solely to try to bring the best network possible, to the town. We are not self-invested in this. We don't gain anything out of it other than perhaps we end up with good internet service at our homes as well.
Right. I do like the idea of being able to provide the internet service at our discretion if we find people that are having trouble meeting that financial obligation. I know Comcast has a low-cost service that they provide, which is nice for them to do, but it's pretty limited. So in today's internet-based TV and so forth, if you had that fiber connection, you'd have everything you need.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate the presentation. Any last questions from the board? Okay, thanks. Thanks, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you very much for
Yes, sir.
your
Thank you.
time and your attention.
Appreciate
Hopefully
it.
we can bring this home.
I hope so too. Next is a report from the Falmouth Cultural Council. Excuse me.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I think that we just got a message from Peter Staub that Board of Health is actually done and Scott, excuse me,
Okay,
and Mrs. Malloy are both available.
great. Let's bring them right in so they can finish up their business for tonight.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome, Scott.
You guys hearing me okay?
Yes.
Sorry to keep you waiting, but you guys have plenty of business tonight, huh?
Yeah, no problem. We can shuffle you
All right, I'm
around.
gonna share screen real quick, give you a little bit of update where we're at.
Okay.
And
Welcome, Diana.
Thank you.
Diana's here. Hi. That's our board chair, if you haven't met her before.
Thanks.
All right, so if you haven't heard, all COVID sector specific guidance, gathering orders and most mask mandates expire May 29th, with the exceptions still required in K through 12 schools when you take mass transportation like planes, trains, and automobiles, and congregate in healthcare settings. Okay, so that's pretty drastic change from the week before. I didn't expect it to be that early, but that's where we're at. So in terms of guidance, it all sort of goes away with some few exceptions for mask mandates. As far as vaccine goes, I'll be real quick. The state registration system's going away on the 20th, not taking any more after the 25th. There is plenty of doses available. I've checked the pharmacies. There's usually 10 or 20 a day. There's walk-ins. I have an app at one of the grocery stores that says they had an open clinic today. So it doesn't make sense right now to be running large clinics and having 33 people show up, right? So you really need to start just go to get it at pharmacies and so forth. You can go on the Vax Finder, that's still active, and you'll be able to find the 900 locations with thousands of open appointments, okay? Homebound, we still have that. You can still call the senior center for homebound vaccinations. We just did, I think, between 15 and 20 today with Johnson & Johnson using the VNA. That is still in place. I think as people come back to their summer homes, they may realize there's somebody in their neighborhood who may have not reached out and they've been helping, but we've had a little bit of an increase over the last couple of weeks, and we'll just continue with that program until whenever. So you can still have homebound. Since the CDC, rather, the FDA actually reduced the age to 12 plus for vaccines, we've scheduled 3 clinics tomorrow at Morse Pond for 12 to, so the Morse Pond kids over 12, Lawrence over 12. I think they're all over 12 at that point. And that's both on the 25th with the second doses on the 15th. And then on the 27th, we have the high school. And I think we have somewhere maybe around 150 to 200 registered so far last time I checked. That didn't count tonight. So we have that and that'll be Pfizer. That's the one that's approved for that age group. That's the Barnstable County nurses that do the large clinics at the 4Cs. They'll be the ones that'll be doing this for us. As far as vaccination rates, we've done well above average of vaccinations. We're at 77% of all eligible residents have received one dose, with 64 fully vaccinated. And our percentages are leveling off. You can see there's not been a lot of, in the parentheses, you see where the net increase week to week is. You notice that there hasn't been a great increase. I couldn't give you the 12 because the state split that. It used to be 0 to 19. Now it's 12 to 15, 16 to 19. So I don't know exactly the increase. I know there's definitely an increase. 58 is a high number from where we were previously. So you're seeing an increase in the group that's now eligible. And then you see another increase for second doses because some of these, like Moderna, takes 28 days for your second dose. But that's well above the state average and definitely well above national averages. So we're doing well vaccination rate. We're getting close to saturation. As far as cases, we've had a good, last 3 weeks. We've been 10 to 15 to 18 cases. I think 16 was our highest the last 3 weeks. Since Thursday night, there's been 4. So you start to see that sharp drop off. So in terms of cases, we're doing well. In terms of vaccinations, we're well above average. But the couple things that we need you to do tonight is on April 27th of 2020, you had a joint meeting with between the select board and the Board of Health, and you voted to have a mask mandate. And that was prior to the state's mask mandate. We were several days ahead of the curve, which is yay us, right? So we were a little ahead of the curve on the mask mandate. You voted that as a joint. And also on 8/10/2020, with a positive referral from the Board of Health, the select board voted a mask zones on Main Street in Woods Hole. I think now that the governor's guidance coming out, you need to make a decision whether you want to keep these or not, because they would still be in effect. Tonight's meeting, we just finished up. The Board of Health voted to remove the mask mandate and substitute it with a mask advisory with the following language: effective May 25th, 2021, the Falmouth Board of Health issues an advisory to wear masks in indoor public spaces in the town of Falmouth, finding that COVID-19 is still a threat to the health of our community and that masks are an effective means to mitigate the threat of transmission. So they moved it to an advisory, not a mandate, and they did vote a referral to remove the zones both in Woods Hole and Main Street. So those 2 votes you really should take up tonight or not. It's up to you guys, but that is sort of like a hanging chad, so to speak, for guidance, because the state's guidance is expiring at the end of the week. So I will stop sharing screen. Correct me if I missed anything, Diana.
Mr. McGinn, I heard somewhere that Falmouth may be the most vaccinated town in the state. Have you heard that?
I saw something quickly on TV. We're pretty darn close. And I'd have to say we were probably, don't quote me on this, I can't find a town of our size that had as low as an infection rate as well. So we've done much better than average on infections for our size. There's some smaller towns or towns that are more rural, but for our complexity, similar sized town, maybe a Plymouth or a Barnstable or a Dartmouth type of town, we've done really well. And vaccination wise, we were definitely on the very high side of vaccinations. And the entire Cape is all within a couple of percentage points of vaccination with each other. So we're all kind of pooled our resources to use the county and all these. So we kind of ended up at roughly the same point.
Right.
We might be a little bit higher.
I think the county advocating for it was a big help. And I think, honestly, your Friday updates reminding us all where we're at has been huge for everybody to pay attention and realize, because they're on YouTube, they pop up on Facebook, it's everywhere. You've been reminding us the whole time, and I really appreciate it because it's really worked.
I appreciate it. I'm not going to be doing too many more. I think it's time to maybe stop after a few more weeks if it stays really low. What do you guys think?
I think you could do some different stuff like music or.
Sure. Yeah, that'll go over well. I've been known as a stand-up comedian. How's that?
You can dance.
Now that we got something to laugh about again.
The contact information has been really critical because people need to know where to go if they have to make an appointment.
Yeah, it was a bob and weave a lot. We didn't know. I mean, honestly, I was planning on doing our own clinics as early as January until the state said it wasn't going to be the towns doing it. I didn't know. So,
Right.
You planned for a lot of things we actually didn't need to use, but you don't know what you don't know.
Better to be prepared and not need it than need it and not be prepared, right?
Absolutely.
So certainly a good effort mobilizing all that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anybody have any questions or comments? Well, great job through all this
Tonight,
pandemic.
we
Oh,
did have, sorry.
Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
We did have some discussion tonight, feeling that we still had stores that some have small, tight areas and wanted to be able to provide some support for them and with the masks and having people obviously come into our area from all parts of the country and having some sort of guidance there and didn't want to keep the mandate if it's not necessary. And that's where we came up with that advisory and supporting that to continue the masks in places where they may need to feel they need them, and yet not feeling that it's necessary everywhere. So.
Yes, Megan?
I was just going to say, I just wanted to also, just remind folks that, if a store still has that sign, that's a private establishment. And so they're going to set their own, rules and conditions. And so, we're talking at kind of that higher level, but places just as, Mrs. Malloy is saying, there are going to be places that are small, and those folks in there, for whatever reason, may still want patrons to wear masks. So just so that folks understand, those private places are still going to be able to set their own, requirements. And so hopefully folks will continue to be respectful of that and recognize that, those individuals who are still public facing, so folks who are cashiers, who are at registers, who are in customer service, they may have the vaccine, but the vaccine isn't 100%. And so they may still have those concerns. And some owners of businesses may wish to, go forward in a different way. So I really hope individuals remember that as, they kind of do their business in town and enjoy the summer.
Absolutely.
I think it's also important to recognize we're not just getting citizens from the United States that come here for the summer. We get people from all over the world. And they don't have the same access to vaccines, so there's still going to be a part of our population that is still susceptible to contracting COVID-19. And so I think we need to be worried about their welfare as well.
And Scott, can you remind me, now, even though I'm vaccinated with my second dose and it's been a few weeks, I'm relatively safe against being hospitalized, but I can still carry and transmit the disease to somebody who's not, right?
Well, they're showing more and more signs that it doesn't transmit well once you've been vaccinated.
Oh, good.
Can you still get it? Is there a thing called vaccine breakthrough? Sure. It's not 100%. They never told you it'd be 100%, right? So, so they say 94%. So 6 out of 100 people would get reinfected, but it's very unlikely, or much less likely, that the 6 out of those 100 people that do get infected, or the 100 people that have been vaccinated, end up in the hospital or worse. So, vaccines are effective. It's, doing what it was intended to do. Actually, way more effective than I would have ever thought.
Yeah.
And to answer Selectman Patterson's question is, I'm just going to take the screen once. I just want to show you this. We talk about, with people traveling. Last summer, we had a lot of people up here, and I look what our infection rate was. So I think, the fact is it means that the virus just didn't do well this last summer. And I think the combination of the fact that it's not doing well, the state knows it didn't do well this summer, and the fact that we have such a high, obviously we had 0.0 people vaccinated, I think is what we can hold to say that I think we'll have a fine summer, even with the travel and maybe the unvaccinated, because we had that same issue. We still had people coming last year. Maybe it was 2/3 of a normal year or 3/4 of a normal summer, and our cases were under 5. And
we just got a little carried away with those holiday parties.
Yeah, and plus you're indoors and all the other stuff, and the virus just does better in the cold.
Yeah. Yes, Diane.
Yeah.
Scott, I meant to ask you earlier, the ferry and the Island Queen, they're part of the mask mandate.
That's mask mandate. And for example, I'll give you a silly one, is that the Commodores, all day long they hang out, play baseball together in the dugout, but once they get on that bus, they have to have a mask on. We just have that. Right. It does call it mass transportation, right? So it's kind of kind of strange. You've been sitting on the dugout high-fiving each other, and all that.
So
stuff.
the buses, Steamship Authority, Island Queen, any of those, they all require. What about taxis? I couldn't remember that one. Yep. That was required also.
Planes, trains, and automobiles. Yep.
Ubers too? Okay.
Good to know. Yes, Megan.
While we have Scott and Diana, can we just get, and sorry, I hope I didn't miss this. I had to step away for tuck-in time here. Someone's not really wanting to go to bed. Did we get any just weigh in about, I know we're going to look at the events coming up next, but Scott or Diana, any particular thoughts on some of these larger events taking place? Can you just talk a little bit about, I know there isn't a ton of guidance that the state is passing down, but any thoughts you have on that?
There is no guidance. It's party like it's 1999. So there really isn't any guidance. I mean, when they took it away, they removed all of it with those few exceptions I gave you. So I talked to Wendy at the fairgrounds, and she's like, "What does that mean for you?" It means it's 1999. It doesn't. It means it's we have no guidance. I mean, you can always reenact guidance if you see things going sideways. They obviously are pretty confident in what's going to happen. Maybe the combination of, like I showed you, the lower counts last year, even without a vaccine, and that the combination of the summer months and the combination of a high vaccination rate, and you're going to still do it, is going to really negate any need for guidance. And
So if the fireworks committee decided at the last minute that they wanted to go back on?
there's no guidance.
Wow.
If you had fireworks in 1999, you could have fireworks in 2021.
I like it.
Except I would just, I mean, the only thing that just kind of keeps nagging at the back of my mind is just that, yes, last year looked a certain way, but we also were under really tight restrictions. So yes, the weather's nice.
But we had restaurants open. Yeah, we didn't have the big mask gatherings.
We had the masks, and I think people were like at their highest in terms of their vigilance. Not everyone, obviously, but so I just, I think we want to celebrate and be like positive about where we are, but I think I just worry that we oversell, and you'd hate to kind of find ourselves back in a challenging position.
Yeah, I wouldn't lie to you. I was surprised it was as quick as it was.
Yeah.
There wasn't some sort of step down. As we stepped up, we stepped down.
There's a
But
lot of people
I'm
that
just
are
telling you what the
surprised.
guidance is, and I mean, it's hard for me to say you can't do that when there's no guidance to go by.
Yeah,
Right.
it just
Pretty
sounds
much
more of like a political, and it's not knocking the governor. I'm just saying, we know how decisions are made, and there are decisions that are made from a public health standpoint. There are, positions and decisions that are made from a political or economic, and all those things go into it. And the way that this just sort of like poof into thin air doesn't sound like the way that public health things roll out. So, I think, we want to just remind the public that we want our businesses, we don't want to have a slide back. We want businesses to be able to plan for their summer and have it be steady and a healthy, really good, vibrant summer. So that is still on all of us to continue to just be smart.
I'm not telling you to party like it's 1999. I'm just saying that the governor says it's okay.
We also have to worry about all the variants that can be evolving over the world.
Right.
It's entirely possible that we could have a strain that would come here that isn't covered by the vaccines, and some of us would be more prone to serious disease. So I agree with you, Megan. I thought it was premature to a great extent. I understand we're looking at the statistics, they're using the science and they made it based on that judgment, plus the need to get the economy up and moving again, which is a legitimate priority. But I think there is room for caution, and I think we should be aware of that.
Nancy?
I agree with both Sam and Megan totally, but they can change the rules at any time as well. Correct, Scott? Like
things could be reinstated, no problem. Yeah.
They can decide in a moment's notice, just like they're deciding now to let it all go. They can decide to bring it all back. I mean, I would hate to see that, but
You can't really keep doing that, though. The public will just ignore it. I don't think there's any turning back now.
I think if you start to see those numbers go up, shame on us if there's no turning back, number one. And number two, I always get concerned that it although it's been around for quite a while, it hasn't been around long enough to know every single thing about it and every single thing about its variants. So
Right.
It is a concern.
I agree. Wasn't there a country that was completely open and then they decided to roll back, and that was just
Several.
Sweden.
Sweden, that's right.
Yeah, several countries.
Italy
But that was
too.
without that was a different time. It was without a vaccine. Also it was a little bit different.
Okay. All right, well, anything else, Diana?
Well, I was just gonna say, we hope we've given you a tool or us a tool to say this advisory is kind of still, there's something there. So we keep that in the forefront. And certainly the other thing about many of these events, they're outside. That's a really good thing. You know, I think that's a positive thing. Is certainly that more of that air circulation and hopefully there won't be too many of the big things where there's a lot of crowds. You know, that's space is a good thing.
Right.
You know?
Scott?
Yeah, don't forget you have 2 votes to make.
Oh yeah,
Right.
you have to make votes.
I wasn't going to get
Okay.
off until.
All right, well, so we've got a suggestion to follow along possibly with the health department with the mask advisory. Yes, Anjali?
I have a question, and I don't know if it's outside of our purview, but how could we support the businesses who want to keep the mask mandate and are having issues with patrons who don't want to follow that mask mandate? Is there anything that we can do?
Well, from a regulatory standpoint, there wouldn't be anything I could do to force, you know, like a business could not let somebody, we really wouldn't get it. We made the board voted the advisory so that they could post that at their establishments so that they could get some more, it's, you know, an advisory, not a mandate. And then that's really the kind of where we'd be able to do it. I don't really, if a private business says you have to wear a mask to come in, I really couldn't, from a regulatory standpoint, enforce their decision.
I think the only thing we can do is to offer our suggestions here and say that, you know, that's still their right as a business owner. It's going to be a tricky one for them because they're going to be turning away some customers. Some of them are going to not want to put on a mask, and so they won't come in. It's going to be a very difficult decision to make. They're going to have to decide for themselves. I was in a store the other day, and there was a young man who was really angry and venting to the store owner that they just refused to serve him at Mahoney's 2 because he refused to put on a mask. And he said, "It's a huge building. Why do I need a mask?" But he didn't have one, I guess, and he couldn't get his bark mulch or whatever he wanted. But that's their decision. So
I move that we remove the restriction for wearing a mask on Main Street in Falmouth and Water Street in Woods Hole.
is there a second?
Taylor second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Scott Price,
I'm sorry, to clarify, this is if people are just walking up and down the street, they don't have to wear a mask.
this is
but
the outdoors, yes.
Okay, thank you. Scott Price, aye.
And Ms. English Braga,
English Prague,
did you get an eye in before you froze? Okay, and Brown, aye. So we'll go along with that. And now, do we want to follow the example of the Board of Health with the mask advisory?
I would move that we do that. I think it's just a smart thing to do. I don't think there's any reason to do otherwise.
Okay. Taylor second. Very good. Any more discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Ms. English Braga?
English Prague, aye.
And Brown, aye. Yes, Mr. Sousa?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could I just ask for clarification, because I'm certain we'll be asked as to exactly what does a mask advisory do and what does it not do, as the Board of Health maybe intended and the Select Board just voted?
I like the way it was written, Scott. Or
Yeah, let me
Deanna, would you
put it
like
back on
to-
screen for you guys. Sure.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, while he's putting that up, I think you still have to do that one other vote from the 27th. That was.
Well, that's the first one we did.
mandate. Yeah, indoors, the indoor public.
If I may.
Okay. I'm going to step away for a second. I got a raccoon in my trash.
Oh my.
Lots of excitement tonight. Children, wild animals.
Everything. It's the life of Zoom. You never know. People at
We'll
the
have to let, we'll have
doors.
to let Mr. Brown, Selectman Brown know that he needs to have covers on his trash bags. That's a regulation on his trash
I have the
bags.
covers. He's a smart little dude. He's a regular customer.
So I think you did vote twice, right? So you voted the
We did.
27th to list
Well-
the general mandate that was pre-state, and then you removed, the first vote was to remove the 810.
No,
but
I
no,
think
they
Diana,
voted on-
I think Diana was correct.
Okay.
We need to vote both removals and then vote the advisory. I think the problem was we voted one removal and then the advisory. So I would move that we, just to clarify, that we remove both the 4/27 and the 8/10/2020 mask mandates.
Taylor, second.
Okay, that's, yeah, all right, that makes sense to me. So we'll take a roll call vote, please. Can we stop sharing the screen so I can see people?
Oh,
vote?
sure. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay, by roll call, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Ms. English Braga.
English Braga, aye.
Okay, and Brown, aye.
Keeping our
Our voting's
fingers
in-
crossed.
Our voting's in a different order now because the screen keeps moving around.
And then I think Mr. Suso had been looking for the clarification, and Mr. Suso, I think the clarification is that the language, I think our understanding from this board is that we would adopt the language that the Board of Health just came up with in their meeting, that we are making it, and it's really just a public health educational piece, that we'd have some signage in place of where we have those mandated mask zones, that it would say the language that the Board of Health has it. It's advised to wear a mask. I think it says when you, I don't know the exact language, but whatever the Board of Health put up, I think was what we're looking for.
Can we add to it that we respect the requirements that individual store owners might place on their clientele?
I'm going to read it again. Effective May 25th, 2021, the Falmouth Board of Health issues an advisory to wear masks in indoor public spaces in the town of Falmouth, finding that COVID-19 is still a threat to the health of our community and that masks are an effective means to mitigate the threat of transmission. So we would just substitute the Falmouth Select Board issues the advisory.
Can it be a joint advisory?
Yes.
Yeah, that the select
We could just,
board,
we can adopt that, yes.
That's the recommendation of the Board of Health.
I like that. So is that a motion by somebody? I mean, I read it, but,
I think Mr. Suso still has a question.
okay, Mr. Suso.
I'm certain we'll be asked. This is not voluntary, or is it?
It's
It
only an
is.
advisory.
It's
is,
an
it's
advisory. We
advisory.
advise people. We're not
can't-
mandating that they wear it. We advise them that it is in the public good to still wear it indoors.
And we
So-
can't
So it's
police
not
it.
enforceable.
We can't enforce it or police it.
So
Right.
this is a voluntary advisory for those who are willing to comply.
Correct.
Mhm.
But for those those folks who are wearing masks, who for whatever reason have concerns about people who are not, there is nothing that we can do to intervene. I just want to make that clear.
I think that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Except on private property where the owner has the right to refuse entry.
But
Yeah,
that
they
wouldn't
can-
have anything to do with
Well,
us anyway.
Yeah,
Talking
I
about
don't think
public
we would
spaces.
get involved in that, right?
No.
No, we.
There's
wouldn't.
nothing we can do. They can just deny them admission. And if they start acting up, I would assume it would go to the police. I don't think it would come to us.
No.
I'm sensing a concern, Mr. Suso. Are you feeling as if there's a concern about perhaps town hall employees or something along those lines?
Well, I can't speak for town hall employees. We've worked with them very closely on those matters, but we'll continue to work with employees on the matter of people visiting town hall that choose not to wear a mask.
May I just for a minute? I just want to
Yes.
be clear, and Scott and Diana, please stop me if I'm wrong, but if Mr. Suso as the town manager, along with conversations with his staff, chooses to make it mandatory to wear a mask in town hall, why wouldn't they have the right to do that? I mean, the governor sets the floor, right? The governor doesn't set the ceiling, and we have taken the guidance of the governor because it makes sense and there's consistency to make things statewide. But my understanding, just as we did in those votes prior, before the governor issued his order back in the summer, we issued an order. We actually closed our schools before the governor issued that order. So we as a municipality, I'm not suggesting that we implement a town-wide mask mandate. I just want to be clear that I do believe, I'm seeing from Michael Kasparian, he's saying the same thing. They're going to require folks who visit town hall, the Chamber of Commerce, to wear masks. So I'm not putting Mr. Suso on the spot, but it is my understanding that we could still require that. Am I totally off base? Because I think we did that in the summer.
I don't know that really. I guess
Well,
that's something we should be
You
thinking
did
about.
it, but you did it with a mask mandate. Now you just have a mask advisory.
Mhm.
That's why I wanted to clarify the distinction. You've removed the mask mandate, which you adopted on April 27th, and it's no longer in place. It is now a mask advisory for public places. And to me, that's different. I just want to be clear about it.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
I think private sector could do it. I think there is a question to ask about what public buildings can do. I think that question, not in my purview. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, the Chamber of Commerce is a private location.
Mhm.
So they're like any retail business that may choose to, set up whatever rules they care to. In a public building, it just seems to me that a mask mandate and a mask advisory are different.
Can we also include, the fact that the state is requiring masks for all publicly accessible transportation? Because I don't think we should, dismiss the fact that people are probably going to extrapolate this and start being careless about those areas where they should be wearing a mask and the state is actually requiring that. I'd like to stick it as part of the same statement is all I'm saying.
So,
well, the idea behind transportation is it's really hard to stay 6. It's a very small building. It's a little easier inside of a building than it is inside of that was the rationale behind public transportation.
Understood.
Yeah. So, but the public thing, I think you'd have to weigh in, with somebody with more legal expertise than I would ever wish I ever have to make the determination of whether that would count with public buildings.
I think we'd have to, as a board, take 2 separate votes.
Yeah.
But Mr. Suso can come back if that becomes an issue as he's discussing with staff.
And what's the implication for schools? I'm sorry.
It's still, the schools still have it.
K through 12 still has a mask mandate, at least for the rest of this year.
To Mr.
Anjali?
Suso's point, the Chamber of Commerce is a public building and he's mandating that people wear them.
It's not
Can
really
he-
public.
Can he
It's
do
open to the
that?
public. It's not a public facility.
public?
It's,
They control the premises under our lease.
Yeah, they have a
Publicly
lease.
owned building, but they control.
Okay.
and
Thank
Anjali, I think you had your hand up. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, that's a tricky one. Now it's got me thinking about this a little bit more because. Yes, go ahead, Diana.
No, I was just gonna say, but just like we unvoted it, you guys could vote it for any municipal buildings, I would assume, to keep it if you felt you needed to. I mean,
Yeah, maybe we should reconsider that and maybe give the option to Mr. Suso to maintain that in his building if he so chooses. Yes, Megan?
I was just going to say, if we've voted the advisory, I would suggest that we go that route for now. And if Mr. Suso, in discussions with department heads and maybe with some weigh-in from town council feels we have to do something different in some of our facilities because of the way that our buildings are, some of our buildings are old and their spaces are small and some of them don't have you know, there's different components to it. So if he feels that something needs to come back before this board, he can do that.
Let's try the new sign on the front door saying mask advisory, please be considerate of our employees and wear a mask. We don't have to say that it's a mandate, but we can still ask them to do it. Would you be okay with that, Mr. Suso, for now?
Well, I think the concern is it's not enforceable. So
Right.
if the board's at all inclined to be giving this some time to see how it shakes down, I'd be inclined to suggest you leave the mandate in place for public buildings, and we'll carry it to the June 7th meeting and give us an opportunity to see how that goes. You've taken it for the public gathering areas, you've removed that for Main Street and Water Street, but in the, my concern would be, it's going to be very difficult to undo. Once you take the step to turn the public building from a mandate to an advisory, almost, it's going to be very difficult to go the other way in 2 weeks and to suddenly go with a mandate, I fear.
I
Right
agree with
now,
that.
everyone coming into town hall, and to the best of my knowledge, other town control public buildings is wearing a mask. And if we could continue that for 2 more weeks and take it under advisement, you've put an advisory elsewhere for the areas that are not public buildings, and obviously private buildings control their own destiny.
I agree with that
That's just my
because
thought is, I think it's going to be tough to go backwards in 2 weeks if there is a groundswell and concerns arise.
right.
And I don't really have a good handle on that because this is, as we've noted, happened so quickly with the governor.
Yeah, I would entertain a motion to keep the mask mandate in municipal buildings, at least temporarily.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Scott Price, second.
Thank you. Okay, then by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
and Brown, aye.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for raising that concern, Mr. Suso. I'm glad you did.
Thank you.
Great.
Let's see, is that it then from Mr. McGann and Ms. Malloy?
Thank you.
If we can
Thank
be
you
of
very
further
much for coming.
assistance, please let us know.
Okay,
Thanks.
A hard
thanks.
one.
Yeah, it's been a tricky one, but you did a great job with it. Thank you. Now we have report from the Falmouth Cultural Council.
Oh, Mr. Brown,
We went past that? Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I was just thinking we should maybe do the special events because I see a lot of those folks still in the queue.
Okay.
Because we skipped those. So we have
I'm
the
sorry.
reoccurring recommended, which we can just go through unless someone has a question. And then we have the new recommended.
Okay, I guess you're right. I was thinking they were more licenses and I kind of passed that away.
I just
Okay.
noticed that they're just still in the queue,
You're
probably
right,
because it's
that's-
just so new.
You're right. I'm sorry. That's unfair. Okay, special events, summary of actions, special events, movies under the stars. Do we want to go through each one of these individually or do we need to, do you think?
We can do a blanket.
If anyone has any questions or concerns about a particular event, you can ask me to hold it and then
Right.
we'll do the rest as a blanket. How's that? The
Sounds
first one
good.
under recommended is movies under the stars. Any concerns with that one? Falmouth Sprint Triathlon. Rock and Recovery Fundraiser Beach Concert. That's outdoors as well. Falmouth Walk. Falmouth Road Race. Bands for Badges Music Festival.
We just hold Falmouth Road Race because I just want to get a clarification on
Okay.
number of participants.
Okay, MS Challenge Walk, National MS Society. Striper Fest, we already talked about the liquor license and pretty much talked about the event. Zuma Women's Race. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub Almost 5 Miler. The Cape Cod Marathon Weekend. Falmouth in the Fall Race. Those are all the recurring recommended.
Patterson, second.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Price, yes?
there is a note from Robert Brown in the chat that says special events Cape Cod Marathon Weekend would like to be heard. on the
Okay.
approval. So,
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Brown, would you like to speak to us? Please promote Mr. Brown to the panelist. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. I believe I sent an email out last Friday regarding Falmouth Youth Flag Football use of the Central Park Falmouth Heights fields on Sundays. And one of the Sundays, which will be October 31 of 2021. Our program uses the fields there for 9 Sundays out of the fall. We take Columbus Day weekend off for 2 reasons. One, it's a holiday, and the other reason is the British Beer Company, I'm not sure if they'll be doing that again, had a music festival fundraiser, I think that weekend or on that Sunday, and they took part of the field, so we didn't play that weekend. So we have 9 events. We'd like to conclude honor before the Sunday of Thanksgiving week, and which is usually reserved for a rain date. In 2019, the Cape Cod Marathon changed their route with no notice to the program. Falmouth Youth Football, who's been using the field and coexisting with them. In fact, we've tried different things to make sure they don't interfere with us and we don't interfere with them by starting early. And in other times, rather than starting early, we just shortened the game day, the game times for that day. Instead of going a full hour, we cut it down 45 minutes. And we'd be out of Falmouth Heights by 11 a.m. Or sooner. We pack up and we're gone. And that has worked well. I think we did that probably since about 2014. In 2019, I was on a soccer field in Trotting Park, and I learned that the Cape Cod Marathon changed their route. And someone walked up to me and said, "How the heck are you going to run Falmouth Youth Football? They're going through there twice." And I says, "I don't know. I never heard anything about it." I didn't hear anything about it again in 2021, other than I get your agenda, and the agenda notice gets emailed to me, which is great, by the way. In any event, so I noticed it, and that's why I sent an email. We would like to continue to play on the last Sunday in October. We have 125 kids that play. There's 10 games. The race change has caused a collateral consequence, to our program. I think that the Cape Cod Marathon can make accommodations to their route change and make another change, so we're allowed to play on Sundays. If they're coming through Falmouth Heights twice in the morning, I think it would interfere with us. We need the street parking as well as the beach parking. I know I believe they have water tables, but if it's set up, around the time of 9 to 11 a.m. and 125 children and families are coming in and out of there, it's going to be a mess. And we would like not to cancel, and we'd like to play on that day. We'd ask that the marathon route change.
Maybe they could set up over at Worcester Court Park. Do they run across in front of there? I have to check that out.
I'm not familiar with the race at all, to be frank with you, how they run.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Meg?
Mr. Brown, did you, I can't pull it up now, it's not coming up, but Jack Afarian wrote back an email. It's not coming up for some reason. It's just not loading. I didn't know if you were able to see that.
Okay.
I noticed that email on or about 4:54 p.m. on my way out the door.
Okay.
I forwarded it to another board member, Falmouth Youth Football, and I did read it. I had other responsibilities this evening, and I couldn't respond to the email, and I didn't get back. I wasn't finished till after 7:30, so I haven't been able to discuss this with the Cape Cod Marathon.
I did see that, and
Can we just hold that one for a later meeting
yes, that's a good suggestion.
and see if they can't work out some accommodation?
I see
Right.
Mr. Farian is here, so maybe they can figure something out. We could put it on the next meeting.
Well, if he has a solution,
Maybe he'll have something for us right now. And also to Justin, Scott Gelfi and Jennifer Edwards are here to discuss questions for the Falmouth road rates. If you can prepare to advance them to panelists for the next discussion.
Hi, this is Jack Farian.
Welcome.
Cape Cod Marathon.
Thanks for coming on.
Sure.
So we have a question from Mr. Brown. He'd like to continue with his ball game at the Heights ball field, and there's a conflict with the marathon setting up in the field there. Or is there a possibility you could use like the Worcester Court Park to stage your water stations? Or
We
some
do
other?
have, we do have our water station at Worcester Court. It's,
Okay.
it's not at the ball field.
Okay, so it's just a matter of the parking, Mr. Brown, is it?
I was told in 2019 that it wasn't possible that we could do we couldn't do the flag football games that day. Just to note, 2019 would have been rained out for us anyway, because on that Sunday it was torrential rain. So there was no harm to us on 2019. But I'm told that because the race was coming through twice, it would have been a traffic nightmare.
Is there any possibility that we could have both events on the same day, Mr. Farian? Do you see any?
There's not an easy way at all to change the route. When we did change the route in 2019, it was for a lot of very valid reasons to make it safer for the runners, for the volunteers. We eliminated a lot of busy intersections so the runners wouldn't have to cross Route 28. And there were about 5 or 6 different intersections that we eliminated because for safety reasons. We went through all of the meetings with the town, with the police, with the fire, the DPW, the building department, the beach department, the bikeways committee, the Falmouth Heights, Mara Vista Neighborhood Association. We worked really close with them regarding the race and going through that area, both on the way out for the marathon and on the way back. And we ran into no opposition with them. They actually encouraged it. And the water stop that is at the bottom of Worcester Court, they had a team of volunteers from the neighborhood who manned that water stop. So they were completely behind it. We didn't hear, I believe we talked to everybody that we needed to talk to at the time, and we didn't get any pushback.
Okay.
Certifying the course is not an easy thing to do. We certifying it.
Well, I'm not asking you to change the course, but just to be aware that Mr. Brown's group may be playing on the field and need some parking. So if you could maybe work together to not use that parking. I don't know how many people need to park down there. Is there much parking required by your group?
Well, there's probably about at 9 a.m. There's probably about well, it depends on the age group. There's probably about 60 players, 60 to 70, or maybe probably about 65 to 80 players. In the second half, it's a little bit less. It's maybe about 40 to 45 players. So, and their families,
right,
and their friends and relatives that come watch. So, I mean, it gets pretty crowded down there.
Okay.
You know, and when it worked well prior to the change of the route, we got out of there. I understand the intersection problems and so forth, but that can be cured with details. Like with the Falmouth road races and other bike races, they hire details. They have, the marathon has registration fees. They can hire details for these bad intersections to remedy any dangerousness or potential dangerousness. The prior route worked.
The prior route was not working. The prior route was not working.
To all this, to the change, has a big impact on our season and our schedule. Because there's only so many Sundays, and there's weather problems, and it starts getting cold in November for the children.
We require that space only one Sunday a year. The marathon on the way out reaches the ball field area at about the 3-mile mark. We start our race at 8 o'clock. So all of the runners would have gone past that area on the way out. So if the football league is starting at 9, we're well beyond them at 9 o'clock. On the way back, there would be congestion there. But to Mr. Brown's comment there are fewer people there around 11 o'clock as opposed to 8:30, 8:15, 8:30 when we go by the first time. So the impact would be minimized on the second time around, and there should be no impact on the first time around.
There's no impact the first time around. I was told because before the route never came back the second time. So we
That's
changed.
correct. That's correct. It never did.
We shortened our times playing. So we had no impact, when you at all, when they come around. But now I guess they're coming back earlier because of the change of the route.
Well, it didn't come back before. I mean, it's a different route.
Right. So we were told, it was recommended to us not to, well, it rained anyway. I was recommended to us to cancel that Sunday because the runners would be coming back while people would be leaving and there might be children still in the field playing. So that's what I'm trying to avoid is one, being canceled, two, not causing a problem for the marathon.
Right. Yes, Megan?
Can I just ask, what time does the football, what's like the window? How many hours of time do you need on that Sunday?
Well, on regular Sundays, we for flag football, it's and we set up the field at 8:30. The parents and guardians and grandparents come on around 9, and the first group leaves at 10. The second group comes in at 10:15, and then that ends at 11:15, and we're gone by 11:30 on regular days. On the marathon days, we tried starting early. Parents weren't fans of that, so we shortened the game times. We cut off 15 minutes. So we go from 9 to 9:45, 10 to 10:45, and we usually are out of there before 11. We have
that's why I was asking, Jack. So the first time they run through, it's at like 8:15?
8:15 to about 8:40.
Okay.
The bulk of the runners would have gone through easily by 8:30.
Okay.
And what time do they come back? I know it's staggered in terms of how fast people are running, but the bulk, what time are they coming back?
Coming back would be at about the 14-mile mark there. So I would say the bulk would be there between 10 and 11 o'clock.
So it is a conflict. If we were to approve both,
but also there's, if we're talking about the runners coming through, by 14 miles in our race, we don't have all that many runners. So it's
a lot of people do the half.
It's thinned out, and the half is on Saturday.
Okay. Okay.
And so it's just the marathon there on Sunday, but the runners thin out so much. There's not going to be a huge block of runners coming through at any time. 14 miles into the race, you have runners who are running sub 5-minute pace and runners who are doing 15-minute pace.
So they're pretty spread out.
They spread out significantly at that point.
All right, gentlemen, if I ask you this, if we were to approve both events, now that you're both aware of what's going on, do you think you can work it out, or do one of you or either of you?
I'd be willing to meet with Robert and talk about various options that we might have. I mean,
What do you think,
I would love to coexist with them. I think, whenever you can get kids out there on the ball field running around, I think that's a great thing. I mean, we do a lot of that with our youth running programs. It's very important that we get kids out there running and staying active, part of a healthy lifestyle. So I'm totally willing to meet with Mr. Brown and we can talk things over.
And do you think you can minimize the amount of need for parking by your group?
We can talk are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, I know Mr. Brown's not going to be able to minimize the parking because they have to get to the field. Maybe some people could carpool, but I'm just concerned about the kids not being able to get a place to park.
Yeah, there may be one option. And I know in the past, people were allowed to park on Worcester Court. And I know that's not the case anymore, but there's a lot of space up and down Worcester Court where if we, had a variance for the day, that might be one way to move all of our parking, a couple of blocks away from the ball field, and we wouldn't be interfering with the flag football kids.
Okay, Mr. Brown, hang on one second. I want to go to Nancy.
Mr. Chair, could we ask them to work this out and bring this back to us to approve?
Yes,
I'm not comfortable approving both without there being a plan that we understand that it works for our kids as well as for the marathon. So I would not be comfortable approving.
I think it's a reasonable suggestion. Mr. Brown?
I would love to work with Jack. That sounds like a great idea. And I want you to know, years and years ago, I had the great idea, well, why don't we move it to another field and just remedy the whole problem? And I was reminded that there's 5 fields, there's multiple families, there's restrictions on the Sandwich Road, Gaspa Complex fields because of religious issues, I guess. It can't start till like 12 o'clock. And the other fields don't have the lines and so forth. So it wouldn't have worked out. So I've already looked into that remedy years ago, and Falmouth Heights is just the perfect place for it. But I look forward to meeting with Jack and coming back.
Okay, so yes, Megan?
I was just going to say one thing, and it's probably not going to work, but maybe Robert could just check in and see if our turf field at the high school is being used that day. It might be, but if not, it has lines and maybe it would be a fun thing for the kids. I don't know, but.
We thought of that also, but because a family may have a first and second grader playing at 10 o'clock and they have a fourth and fifth grader playing at 9 o'clock in the Heights, and it wouldn't work. So
what if you had all of the games at the turf field, all of them that day?
It's possible, but we'd need lines and a lot of cooperation from others.
All right.
We'd have to paint. If there's lines already painted, it's possible.
Yes, Nancy.
Again, I'm going to ask that they come up with a plan and resolve the issues and bring it back to us.
I agree with you. Gentlemen, let's do that. Come back and do you want to set a date now, or do you want to ask for a date later?
We need to find out if we're going to have our race approved sooner than later. So I would prefer to have a date.
June 7th, okay?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
So we're going to hold off on the Cape Cod Marathon weekend. Hold that.
And I think the road race was the second.
Yeah,
Other than that, we can vote the rest of them, I think.
That's the blank.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think you had moved them, Doug, and then I think Sam seconded them.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's correct. And we'll come back and talk about the road race afterward. And so all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
And Mr. Brown, aye. Okay, and Falmouth road race. So what was the question? Who held that?
I did. I just had a
Okay.
question about, because I've heard some different numbers, and I recently heard that the thought was there would be a cap of like 8,000 instead of the 12 to try to, just kind of minimize some of the concerns. And I see that Scott, and I think Jennifer is here as well. So I just wanted to make sure the public, number one, it's an opportunity for the public to know what's going to go on, and for them to have a sense of, what to look forward to. So I was just looking for an idea about the number.
Oh, Scott, you're muted.
No mute.
Scott's mute button's still on.
All right, is that
left.
better?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when we met with the Special Events Committee, all of the scenarios that we've been playing through with our staff and whatnot, none of them were having a full field with no mitigation. And that's what the Special Events Committee recommended. Internally, we decided that an 8,000 person field would be a better transition in this environment. We thought that, people in town, the officials, and, mostly for safety purposes with our medical staff to make sure we have enough volunteers and whatnot, that we're going to cap it at 8,000 internally. So,
Great. Thank
so
you.
that's probably why
Yep.
you heard that.
That's great. Thank you. I just wanted to, I know it's a hard decision, and it's been a moving target, and then suddenly the governor, the order changes. So I thank you guys. I think that's a really responsible way to, as you put it, transition. And, it does help. It's not just those extra 4,000 or 6,000 runners, but it's, their family members and all of that. So it isn't a smaller pool. So It seems like a great way. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I think the application says 12,000 though, doesn't it?
Well, a normal year, we're 12,800. But we feel, this is the responsible way to move forward.
Okay. And so what's the will of the board? Are we going to approve it as written?
So
or do you
I
want
would move
modify
to
that?
approve the Falmouth Road Race.
With a
Okay.
limit of 8,000.
Are you okay with us approving it as 8,000, or do you want a little more flexibility?
We're yes, for this year,
Okay.
with the thought that we are going to go back to a full field on our 50th running next year.
That's exciting.
So, or maybe we
All
could
right.
even, can we negotiate?
Awesome.
We'll stay 8,000, we'll go 15 next year. Is that, can we?
Oh,
can we make-
you're breaking up, Scott. You're breaking up again.
Can't hear you.
Meg.
You're frozen.
I would
Right,
second
so-
Nancy's. Nancy.
Yeah, with the limit of
Sam
8,000.
already seconded with the 8,000.
With the 8,000 cap, that's fine.
Yes. Okay, and any more discussion? All right, by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mrs. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thank you guys for coming, and appreciate you
Great,
being so
appreciate that.
responsible with
Thank
that.
you. Appreciate the support.
Thank
And
you.
for your mitigation too.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're done with those. Now, new recommended practice and teach Tai Chi, Cape Cod, Wong Ping Tai Chi, Wong Club, Marina Park, Fridays and Saturdays. October 30th, no, May 28th and October 30th, 21. Except, what does that mean, except?
They're not going to do it on 9/3, 9/4, 9/24, or 9/25.
Oh, I see, okay. And all others then would be approved. Okay, birthday block party, Alcott Road, 87 Alcott Road to Cutty Sark Road, Saturday, 7/3/21. Next is a beach wedding ceremony, Woodneck Beach, Coles, Saturday, 8/14/21. And there's a beach ceremony at Chappaquay Beach by Kennedy, Saturday, August 14th, 21. Beach wedding ceremony, Falmouth Heights, top of stairway on deck at Grand Avenue, Moranchi, Saturday, 8/28/21. Another beach wedding ceremony, Surf Drive Beach, Hurry, Friday, 10/15/21.
Patterson, second.
Okay, and anybody, any concerns or questions?
No, just congratulations, TJ Hurry. I see you over in the attendees, so now I see. Congratulations. That's
And
exciting.
also our Melinda Moranci, I believe, is also on there from the
That's
planning
great.
department. Congratulations to her as well. I don't know the other folks, but good luck to them as well.
Yeah.
So I'll by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
and Brown, aye.
And best wishes.
Best wishes, yes, for sure. Thank you. All right, bouncing around here, back to, remind me, did we do the cultural council? I don't think we did.
Nope, nope, you're perfect. That's right where you're at.
Did we
Okay.
do number 2 under business? Discussion of authorizing the town manager to transmit a letter to the
No.
governor.
No, we
We
skipped
still
past
need to
that.
do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I just don't want to forget it.
Okay, discussion of authorizing the town manager to transmit a letter to governor and senate president regarding concerns on the expiration of emergency provisions related to restaurants. Mr.
Yes.
Suso, would you like to talk to that, or Ms. Braga?
I'll just tell you that I can say that I spoke with our state reps and our state senator. And I just raised the concerns that I know we've heard from we've all gotten the emails, restaurants wondering what happens. I think in their mind, they thought they had until November for these outdoor spaces.
Right.
But it is really it's the period of time after the expiration. It was either going to be November or the period of time after the expiration of the governor's order. So that puts us somewhere in, I think, August, which, a lot of these places, they're trying to staff for this outdoor space. They've invested money into the outdoor space. And they really are trying to plan for their summer. And so I had reached out to our state reps and our state senator to ask them to really advocate for some clarity. And their recommendation was it would be very helpful for the board to express that desire for clarity. And I spoke with Mr. Suso, and that's, what we had thought we'd put before the board tonight.
Right.
I think that's going to be true across the state as well. I mean, people are in a business mode, and for them to have to shift gears and essentially throttle down right in the middle of the season, I don't think that's fair. They've had a difficult time as it is. So I would like to see if we can't petition the state to extend that opportunity to have the outdoor seating through November.
And in fact, this would really just
Agreed.
be a voice of support for some legislators who are already working on that at this time, because I think we were all surprised by the speed of the order to reopen.
Yes, agreed.
Yes, and all three of those legislators did note they were working on it, but said, as always, it really helps to hear from local municipal boards when they kind of take this up the chain, but they are working on it.
And I think it's important that we support our restaurants. At the same time, I want to mention that we do have a few residents who are anxiously awaiting the end of the order and hoping to get some peace and quiet back in their neighborhood. So if it does get extended, we're going to have to maybe get a little more vigilant on one or two restaurants that are maybe pushing the limits of the boundaries of the law. Okay, do we need to discuss the content of the letter, or just let Mr. Suso come up with it?
Yeah, I would just move that we authorize him to draft a letter on our behalf.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
Aye.
And Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you, Mr. Suso.
Thank you, will do.
And now we will finally hear from the Falmouth Cultural Council if they're ready to speak to us. Do you know if there's anyone here for that, Mr. Suso? I don't see anybody coming on.
I'm assuming that there are, but I'm not certain who that is. Let's see. I know they gave you a written report.
Okay,
Well, it
we
should
have
be
something
Jane.
from Jane.
Should be
Farahali.
Jane, but I don't see,
She's
she
here.
is here. She's here.
Says she's here.
Here she
Here
comes.
she comes.
Okay, very good.
Good evening.
Oh, wait, am I here? Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
It says start my video. Do I press?
You're on. Everything's on.
Oh, okay.
You're all set.
All right. I can't see myself though. Wait, I'm going to start video. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Wow. That's been a long evening.
Jane, could you please introduce yourself? Because I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Okay. My name is Jane Parhiala.
Okay, thank you.
It's a Finnish name.
All
to
right.
let everybody know. Oh, okay. You guys are amazing. I don't know how you do this. I appreciate everything that you do. So the Falmouth Cultural Council's main responsibility is to give out grants once a year to community-based projects in the arts, humanities, and interpretive sciences. Each year, the state legislature and the National Endowment for the Arts provide an annual appropriation to the Mass Cultural Council, which is a state agency, and then allocates funds to each community in the Commonwealth. And there are 329 local councils that were able to get funding this year. And in spite of the pandemic, we were able to utilize this and pass the funding on. The application deadline was extended and funding was delayed because, you know, the money wasn't coming in as it usually does. We received $6,600 from the Mass Cultural Council, and we were able to add $6,288 more dollars from our own account that we have. And that made it $12,888 to distribute amongst the grantees. The council agreed that by adding to the allotted amount, we would be able to fund more applicants. Many incomes were lost during the pandemic, and for that reason, we also voted on direct granting rather than reimbursement. And direct granting meant that when the money came in, they would fill out a form and then they would pass it on to I'd give it to the accountant, and then they would be paid before their project was finished. Sort of the honor system. But we felt they really needed it because they were really, a lot of organizations and individuals were suffering. We had 37 applications and provided funding for 29. Once in a while, we had some technical difficulties with our Zoom meetings. When it was time to discuss the applicants for the grant cycle, it took time to adjust a workable format. We needed 2 meetings in order to get through everyone. Approval letters were sent out on February 18th, 2021. We felt that the decisions we made were diverse and would inspire and enrich our community. The Mass Cultural Council annual report was sent out on February 18th, 2021. Now, some of the projects that we supported, I'd like to mention some of them because I don't think a lot of people in our community realize what the Cultural Council does. And it is amazing how talented and diverse our community really is. So I'm just going to name a few of them. I won't go through all 29. The Falmouth Makers is a group that were the Falmouth mask makers. And in our community, these, I think they were mostly women, made thousands of masks to support the schools, the hospitals, whatever other organizations were around and people who needed them. And this time they were making lap blankets for people with Alzheimer's. And that was a pretty awesome thing to do because it's very comforting for Alzheimer's patients to have something heavy on their lap. Another one was the Natural Death Care Collaborative. Falmouth Historical Society making an educational video. The Cape Cod Cape Verdean Museum, and they were making a DVD on local Cape Verdeans. J.E. Inglesby, Communicating Historic Climate Change and Biodiversity Loss. The College Light Opera Company, Arts Falmouth, with their traditional stroll in Woods Hole. FCTV, Human Rights Photo Exhibit at the Falmouth Library. Highfield Hall and Gardens, Front Step Project, COVID-19. And I think that of all of them that we were giving them to the grants to, they were just, I think would support our community and enriching our community as well. We also, the council also has a grantee reception that honors all of these grantees. Last year, we were not able to hold it. And this year, it's still under discussion, whether we do it virtually or in person. One of our community projects is to support the Falmouth Art Market. And again, we're very pleased that it will reopen again this year at the Marine Park. And it will be on Thursday, right next to the Farmers Market. And our hours will be from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. The art market provides a unique experience for not only summer visitors, but for local residents as well. It provides a venue for local artisans, local musicians, and this year we're having a book booth, which will support local authors. The mission of the Mass Cultural Council is to promote excellence, education, diversity, and inclusion in the arts, humanities, and sciences, to foster a rich cultural life for all Massachusetts residents, and to contribute to the vitality of our communities and economy. So that's my report.
Very interesting. It is certainly a diverse group that you've funded there. Surprising.
No, it's amazing. We have the symphonies. We have music. We didn't get any dance. We've had dance before. This year we didn't do that. One woman needed a computer because it broke down, and she did her business on through Etsy. And this year we were able to supply grant money for people who needed to pay their rent for their studios, or if they needed a performing space, we could give them money for that. So,
well, that's nice to be a resource for that type of stuff. Good for you.
Yeah, it's a very nice committee to be on.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your report. Any questions from the board?
No, I just hope that you do the reception. I've been in the past, and it's really wonderful. Usually the council has given money to the Portuguese American Club
in
Falmouth, and so we would have a table, but it would be wonderful. It's really wonderful because you get to see some of the individuals, and some of these artists, show a little bit about what they're doing, and it's a great reception. So maybe at some point, please let us know if you decide to hold it.
Yes, it's usually, we've been doing it at the Falmouth Arts Center, and it's a perfect spot for that. So.
Okay, keep us posted if you have that event.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jane.
Enjoy your evening, the rest of it.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you for
Let's see,
coming.
how do I leave? Oh, leave. Here we go.
Okay, next we have a report from the Transportation Management Committee. And if we could promote them to.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
While they're coming on, I know we received so many emails about adopting the recommendations, but if I might make a suggestion, I think that the recommendations in this you know, there's a wide number of them, some that we could probably easily adopt and some that are a little bit more complex. So I would suggest that we get the report tonight. We can have some maybe feedback from town council, and then we could decide at a later date if we vote, just because I would hate for us to try to vote something that there's any confusion about what we actually have authority to do, or how it would be implemented. I just don't know that we're in a place to take a vote, and it doesn't say that on our agenda. So I just wanted to.
I was just
Okay.
going to say that I didn't think we could vote on it.
I don't think
it isn't. It's
I
not.
think
posted.
something this broad, we would
We need more
listen
time.
tonight and give people
Yes.
time for a little more public comment, although we've had a lot of comment already. I think there's some other people that will probably give us more comment before we take action. What I'm also interested in
Great.
is we want to take action on their other report about Main Street traffic. And I'm
I just don't.
interested
Yeah, I just
who-
don't think we can tonight because it's not on
No,
our
we can't do
agenda.
that tonight, but I'm saying that should have been done already by now, but we'll do that first. We'll give a couple of weeks for this one to get a little more comment, and then we'll see. But I think by June 7th, we should be ready to vote the other one at least. So, okay, and go ahead, Mr. DeWitt. Thank you for coming.
And by the way, I think we do
Oh,
need
sorry.
town council to weigh in on just the limit of our authority, because it seems to me that an awful lot of this has got to go through our state legislature.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Now, excuse me, Mr. DeWitt, go ahead.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Scott Price. And if you want a tip on how to be chairman, it's be liaison to the Transportation Management Committee.
That's where I get it
That's
from.
the path to the chair. So
Yes.
Good to know. Thank you.
If you think you can handle this group, I'll let you take it if you want.
thank you for inviting the Transportation Management Committee on behalf of Allison Leshin, Ralph Herbst, Ted Fitzel, Paul Dreyer, who's the planning board rep, Chris McGuire, who's the bicycle and pedestrian committee rep, and Paul Grundon, who's the Commission on Disabilities rep. It's my pleasure as chair of the committee to make this presentation. I do want to acknowledge Jane Perry, who resigned earlier this year from the committee. Jane is knowledgeable in transportation, accessibility, and history. She is and will be continued to be missed. As noted in our written report, the committee thanks Peter McConerty, Jim McLaughlin, Chief Dunn, Chief Smith, Tom Cahere, St. Barnabas, the Village Association, the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, the Woods Hole Business Association, and the 1,100 plus citizens who participated in our downtown survey. We could not have done any of our reporting and recommendations without all of their help. You reformed the Transportation Management Committee at the beginning of 2020, but the committee was not convened until late July because of COVID. You tasked us with advising you and making recommendations to you on all things related to transportation. The committee discussed over 15 transportation-related initiatives and focused on 3 for immediate review and consideration. Those 3 were downtown parking and access, implementation of your complete streets policy, and impacts of Steamship Authority freight operations on the community. We issued 2 reports plus the results of a community survey on downtown parking and access. We issued essentially a report card on the first year of the complete streets policy, plus a letter to the board on funding of complete streets. We also issued 2 reports on the Steamship Authority. On downtown parking, the committee recommended improved overall management, such as more diverse time limit zones, improved coordination with churches and other private-owned parking areas, a better use of outlying lots, including voluntary incentives for workers to park in the outlying lots, better connectivity to downtown for pedestrians and cyclists, such as improved connectivity actually reduces parking demand, improved access for people with disabilities, and greatly improved signage. We are a tourist community and improved signage is key to our economy. Allison Leshin made a detailed presentation to the select board on behalf of the committee. As Mr. Brown pointed out, you've yet to respond or provide direct feedback on those recommendations. On complete streets, we identified a number of issues and concerns we had with the implementation. We recommended some changes to the policy. While the policy is written to be the everyday approach to every transportation project, from simple repaves to redesign, and from the smallest scale to the largest scale, it was not implemented as such. It was not funded and overall coordination was lacking. The select board has yet to respond or provide feedback to the committee on that report as well. Moreover, we identified a long-term funding source for Complete Streets, which is stepped up pavement management as advocated by the Mass Municipal Association since at least 2015. We began an investigation, but the town managers is reticent to participate in our investigation. So we've had to postpone that, and we're unable to make any specific recommendations on implementation of pavement management or how pavement management could pay for Complete Streets. We identified the Steamship Authority as a chronic challenge for the community going back at least 30 years. In September, reported to you that the freight operation was designed for 1921 as opposed to 2021. The system relies on functionally obsolescent bridges, a functionally obsolescent two-lane roadway with difficult to navigate 90-degree turns through residential neighborhoods, an excessive roll-on, roll-off reliance on trucking system, no bulk freight carriage, and the only private capability of bulk freight has a history of ill will with the authority, and no containerized cargo, large or small. We identified federal funding sources and received encouragement from the Trump administration to apply for funding to study to determine what a 21st century freight operation might look like and how to implement. The select board took no action on that recommendation. When it was reported that the Steamship Authority Council had stated the authority's only future option was a 24/7 freight operation, we began a dialogue with the authority on what management alternatives existed to counter 24/7 operation. The authority was intrigued by our original report and described it as a no-brainer to apply for such a study that we had advocated. This dialogue resulted in our issuance of a second and more robust set of recommendations, and I think these are what you have gotten most of the comments about. Key in those recommendations was adoption of our original recommendation for grant funding, identifying a 21st century freight operation, a more engaged select board. This is a festering growth on the town that continues to mature and evolve. There's been an enlarged schedule over the 30 years, larger vessels replacing smaller vessels, and more slips are just part of some of the evolution that we identified. Inclusion of New Bedford on the Vineyard Long Range Planning Task Force. Just a note, the highly regarded 2001 CAS report on the Steamship Authority noted that New Bedford was not only necessary, but it was inevitable as an off-Cape port. And that's why New Bedford was added to the board of the Steamship Authority at that time. In the 20 years since the CAS report, there has been no measurable progress on creating an off-Cape port by the Steamship Authority. It was obvious to the renowned Judge Cass at the time that this was an inevitability that has not occurred. We think that the Long Range Planning Task Force needs professional facilitation. I think some of you have experienced what professional facilitation looks like in some of the Cape Cod Commission endeavors in climate change and wastewater. They become very sort of goal-oriented and outcome aimed. While there's been great discussions among the Long Range Planning Task Force, we were not able to identify a sort of path of going forward or an outcome-focused intent of that group. We also could not identify any operational basis for the 5:30 a.m. vote, so we asked you to reiterate your opposition to the 5:30 a.m. vote. We've also recommended that Cowdrey Road and Crane Street be posted no traffic 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. effective October 19th. The Steamship Authority has told us that they will do everything they can to eliminate the 5:30 vote in the 2022 schedule, but they're unable to do it in 2021. The 5:30 vote ends October 18th. That's why we have suggested the October 19th. It allows us to keep some pressure on the Steamship Authority for them to do everything that they can. Just a word of caution, you're going to hear about the necessity of the 5:30 boat. The 5:30 boat was created by a late night boat that was not operating at capacity. It had a lot of extra space, and they took a boat from the night and they put it on the first thing in the morning. During our discussions with the Steamship Authority, we identified a number of areas where more effective scheduling could accomplish elimination of the 5:30 boat and still meet the getting the goods and necessaries to the islands. Support for the Moran Amendment to the Enabling Act. While it may not be a cure-all, we do think that it does help eliminate the island versus mainland mentality, and it promotes cooperation between island and mentality. And we asked you to meet with Representatives Fernandez and Vieira on that amendment and voice support for it. And that we think that quiet hours bylaw in all residential areas should be explored. And there is some case law that would allow quiet hours in residential areas, provided that they're based on a rational promotion and direction, such as measuring noise before you would put in quiet hours. Improved communication among the port towns. We could not identify any discussion regarding the Steamship Authority with New Bedford in about 2 years. And I think that was Mr. Brown's meeting 2 years ago over the future of the Steamship Authority in New Bedford. And probably the most important is to develop an MOU with the Steamship Authority defining key terms in the Enabling Act. I'm sure you're aware that the mission is, and I'm quoting now, is to provide adequate transportation of persons and necessaries of life to the islands. So it's adequate and it's necessaries of life and persons to the island. It's not a system based to provide the needs of truckers or the needs of people. When we asked about reducing the number of non-resident vehicles transported to make more space for freight, we got into a convoluted explanation of that it would cost $80 for a family to go out to dinner by taking a taxi cab. We think there's alternatives to that. So the MOU could be based on the model that was designed between the Steamship Authority and the town of Barnstable that limits operations out of Hyannis Harbor. We have 4 basic requests of you: better feedback and communication from the select board. How are we doing? Have we identified priorities or that are in keeping with your priorities? And allow us to publish our reports on the committee webpage. We have asked to have our reports published a number of times, and each time we've been told that there's a policy that until you accept our reports, they can't be published. We couldn't find that policy written anywhere, but that's why none of our reports are available, and I get probably a couple of emails every week asking me, how do I get a copy of the report? And provide basic clerical support in line with other committees. We had a joint meeting with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and we're surprised that they had clerical support provided. It does detract from our meetings. Generally, the person who's providing clerical service cannot participate fully, and there's been some voiced frustration based on that by other members of the committee. I've really run through this quickly. I realize it's late, but I'm happy to answer questions. Would love to have a discussion. There's much to be done in the transportation arena around town. And I think it's something that points out why you reinstituted the Transportation Management Committee last year. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions or.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I'll entertain questions from the board first, if there are any. Yes, Ms. Price, Scott
No
Price.
question. Perhaps it's Mr. Suso. Could you or someone send me the reports that were submitted before that aren't online yet?
I'll be happy to make those available. Our standard procedure is the reports are intended, developed by committees for presentation to this board. And once they're presented to this board, then they become available. And that's the policy that we followed consistently with committees. And that's the reason that they've not been available publicly because the clientele to which they're intended, the select board, as a courtesy, our operating procedure has been to provide that to the board in advance.
I would point out that none of our reports have ever been posted, even though we've asked. And clearly the parking and downtown access report was presented to you.
I've not prevented that from being posted. I was not aware that it had not been on your committee's website.
I don't want to get into a debate with you, Mr. Suso, but I can show you the email that you sent me, okay?
Okay, so there's
Certainly
no
sorry to hear
reason
that
that,
tone of voice, Mr. DeWitt.
so we could certainly
I
post,
apologize if I raised my voice with you.
we could certainly post those now then, correct, Mr. Suso?
Certainly, yes.
Okay, there's no need for those to be voted. So I will say that on June 7th, I would like to be able to take up the, at least the traffic portion of the report, because that's very timely, and I think it was very thoughtfully done. We should have done that probably sooner. And then maybe on the 21st, we might be ready to discuss this report and consider taking action.
You want to discuss this report or the steamship second report? Or
Well, this is a general report, but yeah, the steamship second report is something we certainly will take up on the 21st. But I want to get the traffic, the downtown parking and the traffic recommendations settled first at our next meeting, if we can. Because that's been out there for a while and there's been plenty of time for feedback. And I think we got a lot of feedback already. Is there any other thoughts from any other board members on that type of schedule?
Sounds reasonable.
Okay. Any questions
No,
on this
just
one?
to,
Oh, go ahead, Megan.
sorry, no, I just wanted to emphasize that I definitely, and I know that Mr. Suso is going to get that read in from town council on
the quiet
authority
hours.
as it pertains to some of these.
Right. And Mr. DeWitt, I did have a question. There had been some discussion from Mr. Trumbull on his recommendation of eliminating commercial vehicles, and that has sort of transitioned to now potentially quiet hours rather than the restriction of commercial vehicles. And I'm wondering, has there been any more elaboration as to the implementation of that, or is that something you will leave to us to try to determine?
well, we think it needs some work. What I had suggested to Mr. Trumbull is that this probably makes more sense to do it on a townwide basis than to be targeted specifically against the 5:30 a.m. vote, which was what his, and it makes more sense. We heard about other issues in town where we had talked about envisioning perhaps a residential area petitioning, saying we have a problem with trucks from certain periods of time at night, whether it's 10 to 6 or 11 to 5 or something like that, where there would be then, based on that petition, a 30-month noise monitoring program to determine how serious the problem is. And if there is an ongoing problem in a residential area that keeps people awake at night, then we would be able to move on to the next step, which would be to post that the noise keeping vehicles away.
Right.
Or something along those lines. I think that is consistent with where the law is. I know you had questions because town council had pointed out a number of cases. In the law, the facts are really important, and the facts are a little different in some of those cases. And I think that's why it's important to have a process to design a system that's going to make sense and give people the quiet time that they should be able to have at night on a consistent basis.
And then I guess there's going to be the question of whether or not those roads in question are ancillary to a state highway and perhaps under that same type of purview. And that's another legal question that's
right. And I do think the Steamship Authority was honest in its commitment that it would like to eliminate the 5:30 a.m. boat on the 2022 schedule. I take them at their word. But this, by us making this recommendation, it keeps some force of the town on that decision. We, as you're aware, we gave them other ways to look at this problem from a management problem where they could eliminate the 5:30 boat by doing a couple of things with the schedule and using a vessel that they identify as standby only as a regular scheduled trip and slide some trucks into that vessel and just start the day a little bit later than what they're starting it now. So they do have options, they do have ways of doing this, and some of their justifications were not convincing to the committee.
okay. And I just want to comment that I feel like the people running the Steamship Authority and the Vineyard are realizing this year, I think in particular, the fact that this impact is real and that they're starting to get an understanding of it. This task force that we're working on, I will grant you that we haven't been task driven and really focused on an endpoint because we've really been spending time getting to know each other. They're starting to understand our situation and we're starting to understand theirs. And I know you want to move faster, but right now there's no port in New Bedford that's available. We need to find out what is available. And I plan to investigate that myself with Mayor Mitchell's office and see if I can get a straight answer as to what the options are there. But our task force is also moving in that direction. It's a slow process. I know it takes time to do, and it's hard to be patient with that.
But the fact that New Bedford is not on the long-range vineyard planning task force is concerning.
It is.
And the fact that it wasn't raised until we started our dialogue with the Steamship Authority.
Well, it was raised on the first.
Makes sense.
It was raised on our first meeting, and they said we've reached out and we've asked for representation, and there's been no volunteers. And I'm still hoping that there will be one, and I'm going to ask again.
Okay, and you may recall that our committee asked Mr. Davis if there had been follow-up with the mayor's office when they didn't respond, and the answer was no. There hadn't been follow-up, and I think that's all too often the sort of the story. We've never included New Bedford. That's the way we always have done it, and I think it's time to have a new way of thinking.
Well, I'll reach out to the mayor's office myself. Yes, Ms. Price, Scott Price.
I think that would be great.
Okay, and then Sam.
I'll let Sam go first. My question was slightly off topic from this particular discussion.
Okay.
No, I can just say that I think it was about 6 years ago. There was a study done. There were some options explored about using New Bedford as a source of freight hauling. And so there is a history there already. I think it precedes the current authority of management.
There's been a lot of stories, a lot of studies, and a lot of sort of couple of pilot programs on freight. Most of them have been designed to fail, and that was one of the things in the Cass report that he pointed out is that you cannot design things to fail and then use them as a justification for not doing something.
Well,
Well, that's your opinion, but how did we come up with an objective evaluation?
Not my opinion. That was from Judge Cass's report.
Well, admittedly, there was some mistakes
The
made.
judge's opinion.
Yeah, that was, Mr. Sayers himself admitted that some mistakes were made and that going forward, things will be done differently. So I'm looking forward to that myself. And Ms. Scott Price?
Yes, I wanted to switch gears just a little bit and ask about, in the requests and recommendations, number 1, it asks for the select board to give feedback. And I realize I don't know what the proper protocol for giving a committee feedback is. I've been on the Affordable Housing Committee for a while, and I'm honestly not sure what kind of feedback we got from select board. So I'm curious as to what appropriate feedback would be and what the committee would like to see from us as far as feedback.
Well, we'd like to hear anything.
Okay, you can reply to the Transportation Management Committee directly through the chair. What would be more effective would be us taking it up on an agenda item and actually discussing it and voting action. That's what they're looking for, primarily, I believe. Is that right, Mr. DeWitt?
That's absolutely right.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, any more questions from the board at this time? Well, thank you, Mr. DeWitt, and we will be taking up the traffic issue on the 7th, and we'll be back to this one on the 21st.
Great. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And next we have a report of Falmouth Litter Reduction Team presentation on proposed litter reduction bylaw. Welcome, Alan Robinson. How are you?
I'm great, Doug. Thank you. How are you? And congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
And also congratulations to you too, Ms. Scott Price. And
thank you.
Happy to be here at this late hour. And I'll try to make it quick.
It's only 10:30, yeah.
It's only 10:30. Thanks. I'm speaking tonight really on behalf of the Litter Free Falmouth. I think you're all aware we came together in November of last year. We organized the first annual fall townwide cleanup, and we had just great response. There seems to be a great pent-up demand in Falmouth for one, volunteering to do something about litter, and then beyond that, to really do something to reduce the litter in our town. We initiated a MassDOT Adopt a Highway for the four-lane portion of Route 28. And we've been out there since December. We've been out there over 10 times, 10 mornings. And most recently, we convinced MassDOT to block off the passing lane for the northbound segment of the highway. And we had 39 volunteers working 2-hour shifts, in some cases, multiple shifts. And we cleaned the litter from the eastern half of the entire northbound segment of Route 28 4-lane within the town. And we saw a lot of litter. And I think between that work and the earlier work done by the Falmouth Litter Reduction Team, we've got a good understanding of the nature of the litter and a pretty good understanding of the sources of the litter. We've also volunteered with, we were contacted by DPW and Parks related to conservation related to the Little Pond Landing conservation property. And we mobilized within 72 hours, 29 people, 29 volunteers to clean up litter there. And it was another really successful event. And now we're working with VIPs and with high school students on various town properties. We were at Goodwill Park last week, and we'll be at T-Ticket Park and T-Ticket School this week. And it's just lots of interest and support. So volunteering is great, and cleaning up litter by volunteers and by the town, because the town is putting a lot of effort on Route 151 and some of the other arteries through town, and we're really seeing a difference by those efforts. But cleanups can only get you so far, and to really reach a goal, and the goal that we've stated, and this is something that goes back to the Falmouth Litter Reduction Team back in 2019, we made our recommendations. That we set a goal for as a goal of Litter Free Falmouth, and that as part of that, that we have a a town bylaw that clearly states the requirements of what it takes to be litter free. And so that's why we're here. That's why I'm here this evening, because we have started an initiative to create a bylaw that would be eventually go to town meeting, whether it goes, we may have it ready for this fall, otherwise it would be spring of next year. It's that necessary component to that supplements and complements the other activities. If you can go into the slides, Peter, and skip to the 5th slide. So what I'd like to do, in just very briefly, is highlight the most important or significant elements that we would see to be part of a litter bylaw. If you go to the 5th slide, Peter. Thanks. 3 elements. The second one is listed here: prohibitions on your basic anti-litter prohibition that people in Falmouth are prohibited from throwing or otherwise depositing litter anywhere except in public and authorized private receptacles for collection. That's your fundamental. You can't throw it out the window. You can't drop it on the street. And if you do, there are responsibilities there. The second is responsibilities for all of us who either own a home or are tenants in a home or in a business or in the institutions, that we would be responsible for the litter that is on our property, whether we place that litter there or not. That there's responsibility for all of us to maintain our properties litter free. And then the third major element, and we really see this from working on Route 28, is requirements for vehicle cargo securement, basically truck beds. What we see on Route 28, particularly in the on the shoulders and in the medium, is lots of materials that have come off of trucks, and they haven't come off of trucks carrying recyclables. We're not seeing tuna fish cans. We're not seeing peanut butter jars. We're seeing landscaping bags of fertilizer and other material, empty bags of material. We're seeing lots of styrofoam packing. We're seeing those plastic flower pots that can be picked up at landscaping businesses. It's coming. We see a lot of things that seem to be coming off the flatbeds. Now, the town does not have jurisdiction over litter on Route 28, but all of the vehicles, at least all the vehicles that are going northbound on Route 28, have come through town roads. And while there is a state requirement for vehicles to secure their loads, we think it's important for the town to establish that as an element of the bylaw, because we're just not going to be able to be successful in achieving a litter-free environment without it. So those are the 3 major elements. We plan to, if you go to the next slide, Peter, please. We aren't going to need to start from scratch. The town of Reading, Massachusetts, 2 years ago, passed a comprehensive, they called it an anti-litter bylaw. We prefer to call it a litter reduction bylaw, but it's a very sound bylaw. It's gone through the approval by the state attorney general as required. And we see that as a base. We'll be looking at that and looking to see how we can improve it. And we intend to go through a process where we will be seeking ideas from the community. We certainly be working with the Department of Public Works, with the Board of Health, and with the Town Council, and of course yourselves, to draft a bylaw that meets the needs and requirements of Falmouth. And we look forward to working with you, keeping you informed of our process, involving you in the process, and involving really the entire community. We'll certainly be meeting with the Village Association, leadership, the businesses, and anyone else who wants to get involved. We're very much open to all the support and all the assistance we can garner. And happy to answer any questions or receive any comments.
Sorry, I muted myself during the presentation. Go ahead, Megan.
I just wanted to say thank you to Alan. I am on the board of VIPS, and I heard them speak glowingly about you, Alan, and they said that this person is, I forget the exact words they used, but they said, you've never met anyone who's happier to pick up trash. And I'm paraphrasing, but it was the said in the most complimentary way that you are somebody who really gets things done. And that's, sort of the reputation that they had heard. So I just want to thank you. The work that folks have done, that I know that you and your folks have organized for cleanups across town, you really do see the difference. And when we see those bags at the end of it all, it's very impressive. So thank you for just keeping on top of this.
Thanks, Megan. And those kids are great. I mean, but it just illustrates we've got 16 and 17-year-olds, and we've got 60 and 70-year-olds that are all volunteering, and really volunteering with a tremendous amount of enthusiasm. That cleanup we had of the median, 197 of those yellow bags. I think many of you have seen the yellow bags along the side of the road. 197. We actually very much impressed MassDOT. They were kind of skeptical about what we were trying to do, and it took months to convince them that we could really do this. We showed them we could, but we need to have a bylaw as the foundation for really taking it to the next level.
Alan, what about my $2,000 fine for littering?
Doug, we encourage you to be part of the process of developing this bylaw, and we can certainly consider that as an element to it. Yes, because there will be, but seriously, there will be a penalty element. We certainly don't want to, have litter police or anything to that effect. But it is important that there be consequences, and whether it's $2,000 or a warning first time and some other amount the second time, it's something that we want to work through, listening to what you and others have to think and have to say, and putting it together for town meeting and for town meeting's approval.
And what if we could have something in that bylaw that deputizes citizens to report these offenders and get a $50 finder's fee for the $2,000 fine? I just think that the fine is the key.
Doug. We'll talk about that, Doug.
So Alan, is your group going to, I just want to ask a process question, and I know it's late, so I'll be really quick. Are you thinking your group is going to try to kind of call together the folks like, health department, police, solid waste advisor, whomever is going to kind of have this discussion? Or do you need, are you asking for assistance from the board for that?
We will be reaching out to, and we will be doing, I guess I'll probably be the individual petitioner behind this, but working together
like the styrofoam
with others, as was done with styrofoam.
Great.
Correct.
Okay.
And even with the NIPS, it was one individual that then was the petitioner. But we will be reaching out because the health department is actually probably the enforcement element of this. DPW certainly has very much of an interest. Town council will certainly need the advice of the guidance of town council related to certain things. So we will reach out. If we have any difficulties, we'll reach back out to you all. But I think we're confident that we will get the listening to and support and the ideas and the feedback that we'll need. And the same goes with village association presidents and others.
I will say, Alan, that you did a great job on that highway, and I appreciate it. And when you do clean up a place, like I had a house for sale, and I noticed that the entry of the beginning of the street was constantly littered, and I took it upon myself to clean that stretch every week prior to the open house on the weekend. And I just kept doing it, and I kept picking up that same 7-Eleven big gulp in the same spot every day, and those same nips in the same area. But, after doing that for about 3 months, I think people started to reduce throwing the stuff out because I think they started to appreciate the cleanliness.
I think, Doug, I think you're right. I mean, one of the reasons why we wanted to use the yellow bags, and we very much appreciate DPW and the administration purchasing them for volunteers' use, is when people see those yellow bags, we want them to recognize that's their fellow residents who are picking it up. And so maybe some of that guy with the big gulp will think twice, and maybe won't continue to do it. I think when I travel other parts of Route 28, it doesn't look as littered as it did in the years past. I know there are many individuals in town who are just on their own picking up litter. They have their route, whether they do it daily or they do it monthly. And what we're trying to do is bring these people together, because there's so much we can accomplish a lot ourselves individually, but there's so much more we can accomplish together.
When it's already messy, throwing one more thing doesn't seem to matter. But when it looks so nice and the daffodils are blooming, I think people have maybe a little more sense of guilt of tossing it out. So I think you're catching on.
We hope, and a bylaw will help too.
Yes, sir. Okay, anything else for Alan? Thank you, Alan. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you all, and thanks for the continuing support.
Thanks for your work.
Good night. And thanks for all your work.
Okay. Next is an update on planned uses for 67 and 81 Davisville Road. And Mr. Suso, who's going to talk about
Thank
that?
you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Jonathan Staub is going to give that summary.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Brown. And again, congratulations on your elevation. I will be brief given the late hour. The board is at this point well familiar with the site, and I imagine Anjali Scott Price is familiar with it as well from your time on the Affordable Housing Committee. So we wanted to, the board is aware we're looking at a couple of shared uses for these two key parcels of land. The All People's Play Space being one of them. Community Gardens is already moving forward based on a license the board has awarded. And we'd like to have affordable housing be pursued at this location as well. And you have directed us to go ahead and pursue that in, I think it was February of 2020. We had an initial concept site plan put together, but then later heard from some folks in the development, on the housing development side, that the use of all of the frontage for the combination of the Emerald House takes up a certain portion, and the play space was really taking up pretty much all of the rest of it. And there was a concern raised that might make the housing, if not feasible, at least a lot more expensive and less viable and less attractive. So we felt like we needed some technical assistance to take a harder look and work through these difficult issues. We did have a team of staff members take a preliminary look at it and came up with some ideas, but we're not developers, and we really felt we needed some more assistance. So the good news is that through the Massachusetts Housing Partnership, often known by its acronym MHP, which is a sort of a quasi nonprofit government agency, we're able to secure free technical assistance to help us with this process. And so MHP has committed to begin working with us this summer on a site evaluation. They will look at local and state regulations. They will perform preliminary engineering and a concept site design. And this is all based, on a dialogue with us, with the board's input in terms of, the priorities for the site. They will also prepare a financial feasibility study, all of which leads to a request for proposals, to solicit proposals from private developers to construct the housing. So we wanted to ask for your assent to move forward with that planning process. And I do want to mention that we have delayed the planning process for the All People's Playground. They would like to be going to town meeting for funding. But again, this piece of property was identified as the most attractive parcel owned by the town for housing, and we wanted to make sure we got it right. So we believe that we can come up with a plan that incorporates the play space as well as the affordable housing. But we just need some more technical assistance and some more time to prepare a thoughtful plan to accommodate all those uses.
Yes, Nancy.
Just historically, was there any relationship between the Emerald House and the school district?
I'm trying to remember what the wording of the town meeting vote was. I don't know that there was historic use. I believe there was a very sort of freewheeling conversation when that piece of property was acquired that perhaps it might be used for playing fields. And I don't know if that was, I think that was my impression and my recollection of the town meeting transcript was that was about proximity, not necessarily historic use.
Okay. I'd just like a little look back on that because my understanding was years ago, there was some agreement between the district and the town. And I'd just like to take a closer look at that.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Johnson's dog? All right, are we considering a vote? Or you've got some free help. You're just advising us of the status. Is that right?
Yeah, it's, if the board is comfortable with this approach, I don't think we need a formal vote necessarily. We just, again, wanted to update you that we remain interested and we are pursuing housing and the play space on this property, but that it's going to take us, probably several months. We haven't yet been able to pin down the Mass Housing Partnership on what their timeline is going to be for beginning and ending this technical assistance. I'm imagining it might take 6 months. That's just my sort of off the cuff guess. I don't have any firm indication from them.
Okay, Megan.
Just very quickly, I just want to make sure, and I know Peter, it's probably already on the radar, but just, once we get those MPH, sort of folks in place, that we include Affordable Housing Committee, some of the other relevant stakeholders and developers, just as part of the brainstorming and the conversation, as well as, maybe the Emerald House, some of the folks that are part of that, there's kind of a lot of individuals, some doing the gardening part, some at the Cape Verde. I see this as like, there's the affordable housing component of it, but it really is a community piece, as a whole. So just when it's appropriate that those stakeholders are brought together to help with that brainstorming. So we have a picture that is complete and we don't just get kind of a siloed view of the housing piece that doesn't connect with the rest of it.
Absolutely. Yep.
It is a little troubling that we're going to be asked to put off the play space. I mean, they had a plan, everything was organized. Why is it that they need to be held up? Is they're thinking of shifting the location of the play space now?
Well, that's just it. That's the question. It may be that if we move forward with the plan as proposed by the landscape architect and the folks working with the landscape architect to prepare the all people's play space, that our best opportunity for affordable housing may be thwarted. So we want to look at the best layout for the entire parcel before we commit to moving forward with the playground.
Should we be looking at another space like Trotting Park Field for the playground? I'd love to get it moving.
I don't, if I can just, I was part of that discussion with Kathleen Haynes, and I think that location really was particular, because it's next to a school. The Trotting Park is not very accessible, that whole section to get down to it. So I think, and it, again, I don't think it means that they can't have it, but when we talk about if there's going to be housing, what kind of roads will go into it and things like that, I think is part of the challenge. So I agree too. It is frustrating, but I think if these things could coexist, what a great enrichment that would be. You know, if you were able to ultimately have affordable housing that had families with different abilities, and then you have a playground that's situated, that's for all abilities, I think it, you know, it could be a really beautiful, you know, I don't know,
agree,
I don't
but-
have the words at this late hour, but it would be a good thing.
We're looking at another, it's a delay of another year at least then, because 6 months to think about it and plan it, and then let's discuss it.
It could be. I should note Kathleen Haynes has her hand raised. I don't know if she was hoping to participate in the conversation. I'm assuming that's who Kath is, has her hand raised.
I don't see that. Where are you seeing that?
In the
Oh.
attendee list.
Okay. Well, Kathleen, if you'd like to comment, please go ahead.
She's being promoted now.
I'm on mute. Okay, I'm off mute.
Yes, you are.
So town meeting, the vote on town meeting was for recreation highlighted and municipal purposes below that. That was particularly the way it was voted on. And I just read the document recently. Secondly, as the driving force of the playground, I'm not willing to wait a year. I've already suggested that we move the playground to the Falmouth lumber site, the Augusta property. If it's going to take 6 months, that's not fair to the kids in town who are disabled, who need a playground. I sat and watched the kids at the recreation building. The teenagers use that baby swing that's for handicapped kids. They just run wild over the property. I've sat and watched it. They need a space. They need the ninja course. They need a place where they can go now, not in a year, not a year and a half. And I'm really, really, really set on that, because even 6 months is too much to wait. I told Peter I would wait till the end of summer for something to happen. We waited over a year just to get a statement on what was going on. We had no idea for a year what was happening with this playground. Everybody else in the town hall, you guys knew what was going on, and we had no idea. So I just found out in the last 2 or 3 months from Peter what was actually happening. And in recent conversations by email, I've told him I don't want to wait another year. It's not fair. And I think moving to the Augusta property was one thing that that Doug Jones was very highly recommending of. He didn't want to go to the Emerald Place. When we had the vote for the property, he said, no, let's go to Falmouth Lumber, or the Augusta property. I used to call it Falmouth Lumber, above Falmouth Lumber. And I think that is our best bet. So it's up to you guys what happens, but that's my opinion. I'm very strongly suggesting that.
Well, can we have maybe a consideration of that at our next meeting? Is there a site plan we could look at, Mr. Johnson's done?
We certainly can. I would just point out that we have similar conflicts there, because it is a site that has been identified as a top priority for wastewater effluent recharge. And to my surprise, in speaking with Amy Lowell, they may need the majority of that site. Now, there is a way to accommodate some of the effluent recharge can be done underground. So with the playground on top of it, that does reduce the amount of recharge that the site can handle, and it does increase the cost. So I'm not saying that anyone has ruled out other uses such as a playground at the Augusta site, but again, you're looking at a multi-year planning process, I think, before the town would be able to say, yes, we can move forward with another use at that site without compromising our $60 million next phase of the wastewater treatment plan.
Yes, Megan.
We can't get the answer tonight, but can we take a look at the space at Goodwill Park, not the new section that they just did, but the place where that old slide is, that's like a whole another corner, and just get a sense of, I don't know the dimensions of it, but you know, it just occurs to me that it's a park, it's a play space already that draws children to it. I'm just wondering if we could have DPW maybe just give us a sense of the dimensions of that piece adjacent to the fenced in newer piece.
You're talking about that cleared area, the area that's already cleared?
Yes, it has like the slide that's been there since I was a child. I think it's the same slide. It's like a metal slide, but that's all that's there. But it is a cleared area. There's some picnic tables. Could we just get the sense of the size of that, and we can match, you know, sort of compare it to what Kathleen and her group have put forward as a proposal?
And can we also have a site plan of DPW's property next door? Because maybe we could encroach into that area a little bit if we needed some more space. Because I think they've got some room over there that they're not really using. I agree with Kathleen. I agree with Kathleen. I just don't want to get this into a situation where it's going to be a year before we can even begin to plan the play space. I mean, we've come so far and now we're going backwards in a hurry. If we can find an alternate site, we should probably. And we talk about affordable housing all the time, and we know we need to do it. And if that site is that valuable for affordable housing because it's proximity to the village, maybe we should maximize that potential. If we could find another site for the play space, it could happen faster.
Happy to take a look at those suggestions.
Okay, thank you. Is that it for this discussion? I think so. Next is recommendations for special town meeting warrant articles. Thank you, Kathleen. Did you have anything else? You all set? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on the recommendations, the board voted recommendations for the annual, the April town meeting.
Yes.
Those need to be voted separately for the special. So, you know, the board could certainly continue those same recommendations, but affirm those tonight to be applied to the respective special town meeting articles. They are cross-referenced by alternative number in your board packet, or the board may choose to proceed differently.
Anyone have any thoughts on the recommendations? Do you want to keep them as they are?
Makes sense to me.
I mean, that's what we chose at the time. I don't know why we would change it, really.
If that's agreeable, we can apply that based on the new special town meeting article numbers respectively. Again, as noted in your board packet, and carry the recommendations forward in that regard.
Any other comments from anyone? Yes, Ms. Scott-Price.
Can I vote on this if I was not part of the last meeting where this was voted on? Just to clarify.
I would think so, because this is a new activity that we're undertaking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, what's the will of the board? Does anybody have a motion to move this forward as printed?
I would move that we affirm our prior vote on the articles to be placed on the June warrant.
Okay.
Taylor second.
Taylor second. Okay, very well. Any more discussion? I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott-Price?
Scott-Price, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And review and vote approved minutes of meetings, public session, March 8th, 2021 and April 12th, 2021.
No, those you wouldn't vote on.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
I saw a small typo on page 6. Under number 7, Golf Advisory Committee, just Finance Committee member.
Good, I caught that one too.
Okay.
Not a huge deal. But
All right, anything else?
I move that we approve the minutes of Monday, March 8th, 2021, and release for public access.
As
Second.
corrected.
As edited, yes.
Okay, and all in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Abstain.
okay, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Brown, aye. And then April 12th. Any corrections?
No, I move that we approve the minutes of Monday, April 12th, 2021, and release for public access.
Thank you.
Taylor, second.
Thank you. All in favor by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price, I guess you're going to
Scott Price,
abstain.
abstain.
Thank you. And Ms. Taylor
Taylor, I.
and Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Brown, aye. And is individual select board members reports. Anybody have anything that you want to share? Okay, no,
Move that we adjourn.
I would
Patterson.
accept that. Any
Just
seconds?
we usually have, we do, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. We usually have, and I'm
Oh,
sure we do.
Town manager's report.
Excuse me.
Okay,
I'll keep it quick. The town hall and town administrative offices will be closed for Monday, May 31st for the Memorial Day holiday. The select board's next regular business meeting, as we've noted earlier, Monday, June 7th. I do want to welcome incoming board member Angela Scott Price to the board. Looking forward to working with you, Angela, and welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Doug on ascending to the chairmanship, and Nancy Taylor as vice chair. And I do want to thank Megan for her extraordinary leadership over the past 2 years as chair, and Doug as vice chair. It's been my pleasure to work with you all in that capacity as well. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Julian.
Thank you.
okay, now we're ready to go.
All right, I move adjourn.
Yes,
Patterson.
Okay, all those in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Ms. English
English
Braga,
Braga, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thank you all. Sorry, I
night.
made your meeting go slowly, but we got it done.